Hello, everyone. How you doing? Just before I went live, some new stuff come in, and I couldn't quite do what I wanted to do. So my apologies for keeping people waiting in the waiting room, and thank you to my Avengers who keep chit-chatting to everybody. Not having a good day, to be honest, guys. You know, everyone wants justice, and sometimes justice just doesn't happen quickly. But we can't do everything for all. We can't be all things to all people. And the system that we live in at the moment does make it incredibly hard to help. So before I begin, I want to explain about this article that we're about to look at. Bit of a funny one, but it's all part of the jigsaw puzzle of Goliath Ventures. And this particular live is all about Harry M. Samuels. And this isn't the first time that I've written about Mr. Samuels. In fact, through the whole investigation that we've been doing at Goliath Ventures, which was back in September the 1st, we started looking into who was registering all these companies. And we tried to find, how did Goliath Ventures actually start? And when you look at the court documents that are coming out, we can certainly see there's been a history going right back to, actually, I don't know exactly if we put the date, if it goes. So this has actually been going back because Christopher Delgado has actually gone back to 2021 was the first time Christopher decided it would be a good idea to launch a company. And right back there, we have Harry M. Samuels, who claims he's a pen pusher. So when I published my earlier blog examining the corporate filings connected to Goliath Ventures Inc., Mr. Samuels, for once, that I've mentioned numerous times, contacted me directly, and we had a fairly vigorous email exchange about my reporting, which I thank him for. No doubt you're watching today, Harry. During that exchange, he raised several concerns about how his role had been interpreted. In my interest of accuracy, I even reviewed the material again and made a few adjustments to the original article where clarification was appropriate. One thing he specially asked me to change was the image that I used in the video that he believed implied wrongdoing on his part. And at the time, I removed the image while reviewing the concerns that he had actually raised. Now, it would only be fitting to put that image back on the screen that I'm talking about right now. Apparently, this image implied that he may have something to hide. It may imply that he's shredding paper right now, and maybe implied that he could be trying to clean up a bit of the paper trail. And some things that are interesting is on the wall here. Now, remember, I used ChatGPT to create these images. Registered agent, CPA, chartered accountant, is it? Don't exactly know what that means. And of course, we've got a lovely picture there of Nadia Bringas grabbing all her paperwork. And look, even the spelling on the box isn't quite there. But on the 2nd of September, Nadia thought it was a good idea to move out of Florida and set up her company in Wyoming, which we'll all explain all this in the not too distant future. But let me continue with my introduction because it's a whopper. Over the past several months, in this video, I've chosen to include that image again as part of the broader discussion. You can look at it for yourself and draw your own conclusion. In fact, it's just a bit of a fun image, isn't it? It's what you would expect to see from an accountant who's been just pushing pens and doing, meaningless tasks for a $328 million Ponzi scheme or a scam, wouldn't it? You'd just expect a lawyer to be freaking out thinking, oh my God, one of my clients has been charged for fraud by the US government for a Ponzi scheme worth $328 million. Oh my God. But it's all right. I'm just pushing pens. I'll let you decide what involvement he actually has with the company. But when you see the company going back to 2021, it does raise a few more questions, and we've got time to answer those questions today. Over the past several months, hundreds of people, mainly in Florida and Canada, were drawn into what authorities now allege to be a $328 million Ponzi scheme connected to Goliath Ventures Inc. A large number of those investors appeared to come from Orlando area. In fact, from my opinion, in my research, it is actually 65% of them seems to come from that area, just for what we know. But we do believe there could actually be 2,000 people who have decided to invest in Goliath Ventures. But from my opinion and my research and the database that we have at the moment, I'd say 65% of them seem to be in Orlando, because that's where he gave his money away to charities and got himself involved in places like the Indian Chamber of Commerce and a few other government, well, what seem like government websites that promote entrepreneurship, may I say that. Interesting enough, I did finally got some lawyer who's just reached out to me, and they said I won't say exactly who they are, but you'll get the idea of the type of inquiries I get. Is there any chance you have copies of onboarding material or anything that could show wallet addresses for clients where they were instructed to make payments, or any resources? It seems there ain't a lot of public materials, and the Wayback Machine wasn't very that helpful. Well, if you are a lawyer and you've been asked by some victim to go through everything, the first thing I would be doing as a lawyer would be asking for their contracts, because their contracts do actually have wallet addresses, and also they should have a receipt of how they paid Goliath Ventures. But it is unusual when a lawyer reaches out to you asking for information when they can't seem to find anything on Goliath Ventures. And this is the $328 million fraud. Amazing, isn't it? Anyway, let's carry on. So for many victims, the last few weeks have been confusing, emotional, and overwhelming. Every time I hear the word emotional, I think of the phone calls and the emails I read. Overwhelming. I've got people who are blaming us. Some people are blaming us because we froze bank accounts. We didn't froze bank accounts. We told the banks, look what's going on with this bank account, and they froze the accounts. But some people have actually urged and claimed that we actually have caused the crash of Goliath Ventures, which is a bit of a laugh. Hey, look, while I'm reading this, I am actually going to stick the chat room up on the screen. I think that's the one that does it. That is over my face, Danny. That is not going to cut the mustard. In fact, I'm going to move that one and put that one back, and I think I will remove that one. So that's the chat box at the moment. You can see Susie's been in there. We've had a few people chatting there. Queen of Karma, she's another YouTuber, not just another YouTuber. She is an Avenger. Susie is an Avenger. Avengers are people that help us investigate Ponzi schemes and scams. A lot of them I don't know. I have actually met Susie face to face, which was really nice when I went to America to continue my investigation with Goliath Ventures, which was quite scary for me, especially when people were starting to post on Reddit, the hex in Orlando. But anyway, so let's just carry on. People are asking the simple questions. What actually happened? People are still trying to figure out what actually happened and how do I get my money back? What do lawsuits mean? What do I do next? People are now looking for direction, and it is actually tiring, exhausting. I think this week's probably been one of the hardest weeks that we've had, just going through what actually is happening. This morning I was looking through the newspapers, trying to figure out why they haven't mentioned me. The Sentinel newspaper is the only newspaper that has actually mentioned that we've been investigating this scam since September the 1st. And the funny thing is, I went through the correspondence that I received from the original person that suggested that I had a look into Goliath Ventures. And it was actually on the September the 1st. And then and they gave me a contract, and I thought, oh my goodness. So anyway, it is quite funny when people reach out to us. Are there any of these items available to be shared with members in public? Oh my goodness. It just tells you how behind the times these lawyers are. I can't imagine what it'd be like being a lawyer right now, being asked to represent a victim and not knowing anything about Goliath Ventures, finding that their website has been removed, not knowing about Black Block, not Black Rock, not knowing about my wealth management and all that sort of stuff, that my advice to any lawyer would actually be to start reading my website blogs from number 1 to number 30. Because my next blog is probably going to be, actually my next blog was going to be about a invoice for $400,000 where an individual had purchased 15,000 stylus pens and notebooks and cups and wine glasses. And I thought, oh my goodness, this person had received a massive backhander from Goliath Ventures. And I'm thinking, who the hell would need 15,000 stylus and notebooks? And then somebody said, oh, it does have Vault 2025. So here's Goliath Ventures paying about $400,000 on top of the $1 million that they paid to be at the Vault 2025 conference, and decided that everyone turning up gets a booty bag that costs an additional $400,000. Isn't that incredible? So to be at the Patrick Ben David Vault 2025 conference, they paid at least $1.4 million just so Christopher could grab the microphone and tell everyone that he does liquidity pool trading on Uniswap and wants everyone to have a passive income. This shows you the extent and the disgusting things that these guys did to keep the illusion alive. So is there any chance that victims will recover their money? The blog I'm about to read, the $328 million Goliath Ventures lawsuit, explains what it means to victims, promoters, and partners, was written to help answer those questions. I have this horrible feeling that this introduction is not about Harry Samuels, but I'm going to carry on because right now there's a lot of misinformation circulating and confusion circulating online. In this blog, we're going to look at what the federal criminal complaint actually alleges, the civil lawsuits mean, what promoters are saying, and this is not right, is it? The victim's been, is this really? I'm going to actually, just 1 minute, please, there, caller. I'm going to go back and have a look at this introduction. In fact, I think the introduction has been intercepted by haters. Are you sure this? I'm just going to go back to ChatGPT and ask it a few questions. This is all about this whole blog. What have we got? Hold it. The introduction seems crappy. Are you sure you're giving me the introduction to this blog? Okay, let me go back to ChatGPT in real time and ask for it. Oops, off. I had to restart my computer just before I got going, and I just received a phone call just before I got going. So the Vault 2025 conference, there was we should not use GVT because that stands for Goliath Ventures Inc. marketing booth. Yeah, they had a marketing booth in there. Wonder if here we go again, PBD or Valued Entertainment is embarrassed. Yes, I don't know. I would show you that invoice, but I don't want to incriminate somebody who thought this was a legitimate company buying $400,000 worth of goods. Okay, so before I begin, Harry said Williams, registered taxpayer. So let's just go. Harry, so what we're looking at here is this particular blog. I'm all over the place. I've just had a pretty meaty phone call with somebody, and it's just in my head at the moment. I can't get my mojo back. Across multiple court filings connected to Goliath Ventures, a name that kept coming up was actually Harry M. Samuels. Appears repeatedly in administrative roles, registered agent, taxpayer, authorized signer, and corporate disillusions. So he's been scrubbing companies, and I'm going to say scrubbing companies. Mr. Samuels had described himself just as a pen pusher. But when the same name appears across multiple entities tied to networks now linked to a $328 million alleged Ponzi, I hate using the word alleged, but I will use it, alleged Ponzi scheme, it does raise some obvious question. Was Harry Samuels simply performing routine administrative tasks? Was he like the cleaner that was coming into the building? Another wee story here, which I love telling people. Imagine having an office cleaner coming in that was getting paid $80,000 a month to clean the offices. Well, we have had receipts to that sort of stuff going on. Now, ironically, $80,000 to clean the offices. Now, I can't tell you exactly the administrative tasks that these people were doing, but it was something like office administration for $80,000 a month. They must have been laughing all the way to the bank. Was Harry Samuels simply performing routine administrative tasks, is the question, or was he involved in helping structure a corporate machine behind the companies connected to Goliath's ecosystem? Think about that. What was the that was where I was going to examine this article. I hate when I can't read. It's such awkward.
That's what we are going to examine in this article.
That's what we're going to examine in this article. Everything discussed here is based on public corporate records, tax filing, court documents, and direct correspondence. Now, right now, somebody's got a camera in my face and they're filming me in my office because I've been doing some YouTube shorts lately, a bit different, and it's putting me off. Sorry. Love you. Everything discussed here is based on, I said that already. See? I'm walking you through the document step by step so you can see exactly what happened on record. That is the absolute worst introduction that I've ever done. So I'm not really happy about that. But this blog is it's an important blog to me because Harry Samuels tried to give me a hard time and I lost my nerve. And then I'm thinking, why did I lose my nerve to this article? Why did I update this picture here to a passive looking, embarrassed accountant and a bookkeeper that was handling the money for a company that I believed at the time was bringing in $500 million? A bookkeeper was running a company when all they were doing, and now she's embarrassed. I go, no way. I'm not doing that. I want to go straight like I would a ball in a china shop. But this time I'm making sure that I did do my research correctly. And to be honest, this is a humdinger of a blog. If Harry Samuels wants to even try to allege that I haven't been good at doing my reporting, then answer the questions about this blog and let's see what gets on. Without further ado, for transparency, the full email correspondence with Harry Samuels is published below so readers can review the exchange. Now that's that PDF there. So you can go click on that and you can read my whole lovely email correspondence with Harry Samuels. Now, if you think for a minute there I sat there typing every word in with Harry Samuels, you would be mistaken. I've used ChatGPT for every single bit of correspondence. Not because ChatGPT just writes what I want, it's because I have a database on everything that I've researched in ChatGPT. And it brings up points that I've forgotten about because I'm human. And that's why I love AI. One of the recurring themes in the unfolding Goliath Ventures investigation is the role of the professional service providers, the people that let them look like they were legitimate. Let's just say, use of better words, the accountants, tax preparers, and identity information specialists. Is that really the word?
Entity formation specialists.
Oh, that sounds better. Entity formation specialists. It sounds like something that you would expect to see in the army when they're all walking along in uniform. Anyway, here's who helped build the corporate structures behind the complex financial operation. And it was a financial operation. In recent correspondence, Florida-based tax preparer Harry M. Samuels was repeatedly stated that his involvement with Christopher Delgado and the Goliath entities was purely administrative. According to Samuels, his role was limited to forming companies at the client's request, acting as a registered agent and preparing tax returns based on records provided to him. Oh, he's just doing a job. He's like the lady in the supermarket when you get your vegetables and it goes beep and they'll go, that'll be $19, please. And you give them the card, they press the button and they give you the money back. That's the type of administrative task that he was alleging that he was doing. This explanation matters because the scale of the corporate network tied to Goliath Ventures raised obvious questions about how such a structure was built and maintained. The better understanding and the scope of Samuel's role I review not only in our full email correspondence after the last blog I published, which I just added that in this morning actually. So you can click on that blog and it will go off to the first blog that I was talking about. Let's call it the passive blog. But also documents Samuel distributed to his own clients earlier this year, outlining the services he provides and the strategy he recommends. Now, this is an interesting thing because we've got a team of Avengers, and I'll be honest, I received a ton of documents. I didn't use all of them, but the ones I did use put together this blog, and it paints, what's the name of that artist? Mosaic? It's a big flash artist, and he's painted these oil paintings. Picasso. This is a Picasso of documents that we can now see. And it's all documented with documents. Does that make sense? Documented with documents? I think it does, actually. Susie's going crazy in the chat room. Yes, so if you do have any information, please do go to our Contact Us page on the website. Okay, so let's paint the picture. In client communication, Samuel explains that he regularly forms corporations in multiple jurisdictions. That means Wyoming. Arranges registered agents, including proxy agents, and helps clients establish additional companies in low tax states to structure investments and move capital between entities. Oh, it sounds like, to me, just my opinion, sounds like tax avoidance, but I can't accuse them of doing that, can I? But that's what it sounds like to me. If my accountant told me that I should set up an account, a new company in the Bahamas because they have a lower tax rate, and we can do this thing where it makes it look like you're actually operating, I wouldn't do it. But these companies do this sort of stuff because they're saving millions. And I don't think Christopher was really worried about paying tax, just saying. When those statements were compared with corporate structures appearing in public filings connected to the Goliath networks, a legitimate question emerged. Are you ready? Was Samuel merely filing paperwork, or was he helping build a corporate framework the operation relied on? Good question, Danny. This article does not accuse Samuels of criminal conduct. No, it doesn't. Instead, it presents the correspondence, filings, and customer communications side by side so readers can examine whether the public what's that word?
Explanation
of his roles aligns with the documented record. Because we look closely at the paperwork, the picture that emerges is more complex than the simple administrative role that has been described. Why Harry Samuels became a person of interest, and he is. My investigation into Goliath Ventures began back into the 1st of September. Now, you may not have actually been told how I actually got involved with Goliath Ventures. However, I spent literally about 45 minutes trying to find the very first bit of communication, and it did come in exactly as I thought on the 1st of September 2025, after I received a WhatsApp message from an individual who had been approached about investing in the company. Now, I didn't remember that, so you've got some new intel here. The message raised several concerns and included a copy of the investment contract being used to recruit investors. According to the message, Goliath Ventures was promising investors guaranteed monthly returns between 4 and 6%. Now, just recently, which I'll highlight in a minute, Punit Shaw has a 7% club, meaning that people that he invested was getting 7%. So this contract is actually a newer version. So previously, people were getting 7% per month. That is unheard of. Anyway, apparently not that unusual. We've actually just started investigating 3 other companies in Florida that are also offering similar returns on investments. So we're going to be busy here. And if you ever want us to hire my team of Avengers, we are available for hire, and we will investigate these investment companies. That does sound about right. While also paying referral commissions to individuals, which is unheard of. So let's just go back to Punit Shaw. If he's got a 7% club, the first question people ask me is how much money was he making then? Because he was getting backhanders and rewards for bringing these people in. And now he's a victim, apparently. Individuals who brought new investors into the program. The person attempting The person attempting to pitch the investment opportunity was actually Mike, and I can never get his name right, so I wonder if it will read it nicely as well.
Chmielewski.
Chmielewski. So Mike Chmielewski was the person that brought down Goliath Ventures because he pitched Goliath Ventures to my original whistleblower. Did you know that? The message was also describe promotional activities that appeared designed to create credibility and attract new capital. These included hosting extravagant events at homes of high-profile individuals, including the former league basketball player Johnny Damon, flying proposed investors in private jets, and showcasing luxury real estate purchases. Whoops, where did it go? Purchases. Purchases. At the same time, the individual pointed out a critical issue. Despite claiming to generate profits through cryptocurrency trading and liquidity pools, the company could not provide verifiable blockchain records of trades supposedly producing these returns. So that's what the person who contacted me actually originally wanted to do. They wanted to see some sort of proof that the company was generating the money that they claimed they were. When I reviewed the investment contract attached to these messages, the figure raised even more serious concerns. The figures raised even more serious concerns. The document suggested investors could earn returns up to 8% per month. Numbers that immediately stood out as unrealistic. No legitimate investment operation consistently guaranteed returns at that level. After reviewing the contract myself, I analysed the document further using ChatGPT, my best friend, asking it to identify potential legal and structural red flags within the agreement. The result highlighted numerous warning signs commonly associated with high-yield investment schemes and Ponzi-style structures. At the time, the investors were receiving payments and the operation appeared to be functioning normally. So the company claimed investors' funds were being deployed into cryptocurrency liquidity pools and other trading strategies designed to generate those returns. For a time, the operation appeared to be thriving. They could buy $1,500 mugs and give them away at a Patrick Ben David concerts. Spend $400,000 on merch to give away to 15,000 people. Then the withdrawals stopped. I feel like just stopping there. Then the withdrawals stopped. What were people withdrawing? I don't want to be mean, but they were withdrawing their own money. By October, November, and December, investors began reporting delays in withdrawals and increasing difficulty to access their funds. We literally had probably, I don't know, I'm guessing around about 10 investors that actually talked to us and managed to get their money home safe because they listened to the Avengers. None of that has been credited to our Avengers in the newspapers, which I'm actually going to do I think I'm going to do a blog about how poorly these newspapers have actually reported it. So I'm just going to do something a bit different here, just while we're talking about me moaning. If you come to my website, just as a little gift to those newspapers, if you come to my website and you scroll down to the homepage, you can see along the bottom here, I actually have all the newspapers that actually have covered me and featured me in their articles. Like the New York Times, ABC Australia, The Guardian, Radio New Zealand, Behind MOM, news.com.au. What else have we got? And Tech Juice, one of my favorites. And look, I actually have the Sentinel newspaper. Where's my mouse gone? Here it is. Where is it? There it is. So if you click on the Sentinel newspaper, which I just managed to pay for a subscription using the credit card that was given to me by one of my Avengers because it wouldn't take my New Zealand credit card, would you believe? You can come down here and they did an article all about Christopher. And I don't know why they use that old article, but you come down here a little bit more and it actually mentions me, which is really, really nice. And this is the type of reporting that I'm not stroking my own ego, but we've spent 6 months trying to warn people about this Ponzi scheme and scam. And none of the newspapers have given me any credit or even a mention that we've been yelling from the tree tops treetops since the 1st of September. Imagine if they started reporting back on the 1st of September, telling everyone that Danny DeHeck, a New Zealand investigative journalist, has been telling everyone that there's a company in Orlando ran by Christopher Delgado that is running a Ponzi scheme or a scam. I would have had many, many, many lawsuits against me. But they didn't. They haven't even mentioned that I did something. So this is what they said.
Her agreement with Goliath, which was reviewed by the Sentinel, was signed by Delgado, whom the woman briefly met once at a Goliath event in Ontario attended by about 300 people. The federal charges were no surprise to Danny DeHeck, a New Zealand blogger sued for defamation last year by Goliath Ventures for accusatory articles and videos he posted about the company and Delgado. In the posts, DeHeck called out Goliath as a Ponzi scheme defrauding its investors. "I have no personal vendetta, mate. Never invested in a Ponzi scheme," said DeHeck, whose internet investigations were highlighted in a New York Times story in 2022. "What I've found is I don't believe anyone gets any real justice in these cases, so I caused disruption in this industry." The 124-page lawsuit filed against DeHeck in September in circuit court in Orlando said, over the span of mere weeks, defendant Danny DeHeck, the self-styled crypto Ponzi scheme avenger, unleashed a relentless online smear campaign against plaintiffs Goliath Ventures, Incorporated, and its CEO, Chris Delgado. The blogger told the Sentinel he had no money to hire a lawyer, but planned to fight the lawsuit as best he could unless he could find an attorney in America willing to take up his defense. That might not be necessary.
So even that wasn't correct. I didn't want an attorney because they had no jurisdiction over me. And if you don't know about how it works, if I don't have an attorney, that means I'm privy to every person that they interview in Discovery. It's quite fun, really. So even that wasn't quite reported. But what I'm getting at, guys, if you do feature me in your articles, I will add a link to your website. But, it's frustrating because even another article that did mention me, which I think they called me a digital sleuth. This digital sleuth and the Avengers has been telling people that these people like Harry M. Samuels have actually been part of the corporate structure of these companies. And I believe, personally, they should be held accountable. So when people started realizing that their money had stopped in October, November, and December, that's when people started to listen to what we were saying. But no newspaper have actually said that we're the heroes in this. And when somebody gives you a big lawsuit, even if it's not no jurisdiction, it did give me a lot of grief. And we had to spend hours writing a motion to dismiss out of politeness. But why aren't the newspapers using those court documents that were filed in Orange County and doing a proper story about what they actually tried to do to stop me? Because that is actually filed in the courts. Maybe a real journalist is out there, but at the moment, there is some good content coming out. And I think a lot of the newspapers are going to be embarrassed. Fox 35, for example, interviewed me on camera in their studios for about an hour or more, asking me all the questions and all the work that I'd done. The fact that I'd flown over to America to continue the investigation. And now I'm getting accused that somebody bankrolled me to go over to America who was trying to expose Goliath Ventures, for God's sake. And that is untrue. But interesting that they even say stuff like that. Federal authorities even stepped in. A criminal complaint now alleges the operation functioned as a large-scale Ponzi scheme involving $328 million. What I'm going to do is all these articles that you see in all these papers, I'm going to put them all into ChatGPT, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT to tell me if there's any real reporting being done other than what they've got from the court documents. Because no one is doing any outside the courtroom filings reporting, in my opinion. The Sentinel was actually my favorite. All the others, I could just read the court documents and get the same news. Is that what journalism has come down to now? Or as an independent journalist myself, what happened? I stick my neck out to expose this company for running a fraud. And now I don't even get the credit for it, which is quite funny. And I'm not sour grapes. So I'm just telling you how it really is. So if you want to fight these scammers and you really want to fight back, then maybe you need to start doing things in a different manner. Because the way that we're doing this in the current world system isn't working. No one will stop any of these people running scams unless they start investigating at the top of the cliff. What's the point of having reporters reporting everything that's happened at the bottom of the cliff? Oh, there was a car crash on 58 and 7th today. 3 people died and taken away in the ambulance, and the funeral was sad. Or do we want to report driver safety? Next time you're coming up to a red light or a green light, do not assume you have the right of going through the green light. Look both ways. Check your brakes to make sure your car is properly registered before you apply the brake. All this sort of stuff would be more useful reporting. How do we identify scams? How do we handle it when a friend of ours comes to us and tells them they have an investment opportunity? How do we manage that? That's the type of reporting I believe reporters should be doing, if you get my drift. Naturally, most of the attention was focused on Christopher Delgado, the man widely described as the architect of the scheme. Well, I've already showed you guys that there's 20 other individuals that we would like to see under lock and key. We've already heard rumours that Nick hasn't had his kids at school this week, and he's gone to summer break, and staying at his mother's place. That's what they're doing at the moment. And he's not concerned. No. And we've also heard that the $40 million case that he was filing with Jordan Shaw may have actually been put on hold or now motion to dismiss, because Christopher is upset because, Nick is upset because Christopher didn't pay him the rewards that he was due. So the first civil case that was filed was by an insider claiming that Christopher had broke the contractual contract that he had with him. And he was meant to be getting paid like 8.5%. He was owed $40 million. It's just ridiculous, guys. But the Ponzi schemes really operate with just one person. Do you really think all these newspapers here, have they mentioned anyone else other than court filings? Have they mentioned Nick? Have they mentioned Piers Curry? Have they mentioned Matt Burks? Why haven't they mentioned those other individuals? Why is it all about Christopher? I mean, I love you, Christopher, but I don't want you to be the only person that gets all the limelight. The Ponzi schemes really operate with just one person. They rely on an ecosystem, and that's why I'm doing this blog. The promoters, the service providers, the corporate infrastructure that keeps the operation functioning behind the scenes. Yeah, they had one bookkeeper running the whole company who just so happened to work for Harry Samuels. Yeah, only every now and again, just when she wasn't busy doing Goliath stuff, he even helped close the company down, what we're about to see, and reopen it up in Wyoming. And he would have had to do some pretty clever stuff to do that. The first clue, Gen Z Venture Firm. That was the first company. That is actually otherwise known as Goliath Ventures, because that's what Harry Samuels did first. Before Goliath Ventures existed, there was another company, Gen Z Venture Firm Inc. Corporate records show that Gen Z Venture Firm, let's just call them Gen was the early entity that later transformed itself into the eventually become Goliath Ventures. While receiving corporate records from Gen Firm, one name appears directly in the filing. Guess who? The registered agent, Harry M. Samuels. A registered agent serves as the official point of contact for legal and government correspondence. That's what the agent does, receiving formal documents on behalf of the company and assuring they are properly recorded and delivered. So he must know Christopher really well. He'll be on the phone saying, hey, got another lawsuit here, Chris. Where do you want me to send this one? In other words, from the very beginning, the corporate structure that eventually became Goliath Ventures, Harry Samuels' name appeared on the legal was it formation?
Formation.
Ooh, formation record of the entity. And there's the reference there. Now, just for shits and giggles, let's go in here, have a look at it. Oh, look at that. See, you go on here, you go down here, and look, Harry Samuels Accounting. Yep, and there it is. So you go down here and you can find everything. It's Harry Samuels, Harry Samuels, Harry Samuels everywhere. Look, there's a signature. Sorry, I haven't had any Red Bull yet. I wonder if I should get my Red Bull. Don't know if I remember. I'm just going to get rid of some of this one. Alrighty, so the dissolution of Goliath Ventures, another document that reveals something even more interesting. When Goliath Ventures Inc. was eventually dissolved, the official articles... Can I have Red Bull?
I'm not the slave.
She says she's not the slave. Okay, that's a no? Or yes, well, maybe.
It's a no.
Goliath Ventures Inc. was eventually dissolved. The official article dissolution lists the person executing the filing as, guess who, everybody? Harry M. Samuels. This detail matters. Under corporate law, because I'm a lawyer now, the article of dissolution must be executed by someone authorized to act on behalf of the corporation.
I'd just like to say,
Yes.
it's beyond my job description.
What?
It's actually not in my job description to get Red Bull.
Can somebody please get me a Red Bull? I've got a videography here that's been a bit naughty. Typically, the authority comes from an officer, not a police officer, a director, an incorporator, which I think that's what he is, or another individual formally authorized by the company. Yet, the document shows Harry M. Samuels signing the filing that legally dissolves the company. So he must have some authority. The record therefore confirms that Samuels was authorized to execute the official dissolution filing for Goliath Ventures Inc. And here's the reference. Let's have a look at that. There it is. There. Blah, 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 blah. We are now shutting the door. Everybody has invested $328 million in Florida and Canada through an entity called Goliath Ventures Inc. of Florida. And there's Harry Samuels' name at the bottom says, we're dissolving the company. We're putting it into, what do they call this thing? Articles of dissolution. Harry M. Samuels. Pretty cool, eh? Anyways, Bringer's Bookkeeping. Oh, I love you, Nadia. Oh, is that the movie, wasn't it? Was it Nadia a movie? No?
That was Narnia.
Narnia. Oh, Narnia and Nadia. Different people. Same family, perhaps. Anyway, that's what happens when you go to... Anyway, Bringer's Bookkeeping Puzzle. Another entry appeared in the records. Bringer's Bookkeeping Corp., a Florida company associated with Nadia Bringers, who actually, if you go to Harry J. Samuels' website, which we haven't done yet, so let's just do that. Let's go down there. It's fine. I put a link on, I gave him a link. So here we go. Here's the beautiful Samuels Accounting and Financial Advisor. So he's a financial advisor. Does anyone know whether he's actually in the advisory thing as a financial advisor? Financial advisor. All right. And if you go in to meet the team, it's like going to the Brady Bunch. I wonder if she's still there. There she is. Nadia. Hello, Nadia. She's in there with these other people from Lithuania. What's this one from? Practicing. She was from Florida. Bachelor of Science, Economics. So these are all the people. There's Nadia. Nadia. Not to be mistaken with the other one I mentioned. Anyway, so that was quite cool. So we go back to Nadia. Nadia's bringing, according to the filings. According to the corporate filings, Bringers served as the incorporator?
Incorporator.
I got that right. Officer, registered agent. But when the company was dissolved, something unexpected appears in the article of dissolution. This document list authorized signer is Harry M. Samuels. Now that not anybody can sign those bits of paper. So I've been told by a team of lawyers that have got a smoking gun, which I'm now using. If Bringer's Bookkeeping was operating as independent company separate from Samuel's firm, the records raise an obvious point of interest. The official dissolution file shows Harry M. Samuels as the individual authorized to execute the document that legally terminated the company. Right? So here we go. So here's the document here. Same as the one he did. This one was on the 2nd of September. Article of dissolution for Bringer's Bookkeeping. Isn't that a coincidence that the dissolution for Goliath Ventures was on the 3rd of September, and the dissolution for the bookkeeper that was working for Goliath Ventures was on the 2nd of December. He's certainly pushing his pen around a lot at the moment, isn't he? So that's the first documents. And then the second one was this one, where I think this is where she opened it up in Wyoming. Maybe not. Anyway, I don't read all these from word to word. Oh, there's no signature on this one. Maybe we forgot to sign that one. There's Nadia. So there's all the documents. Read them to your heart's content. Right. So now this is where it gets interesting because we've done our research. The Wyoming reappearance. Shortly after Florida Corporation was dissolved, Nadia thought it would be a great idea to reopen a company up the next day. Records show that Bringus Bookkeeping resurfaced in Wyoming, where every good company is registered. Just saying to Wyoming, why don't you tighten up your laws, make my job a lot easier. Okay, what have we got? We've got a heckler in here. Was this somebody offering something? I am here as a neutral state of mind since the beginning of September 2025, where Mr. DeHeck started the smear campaign about Goliath chaos and has continued up to now, and charges have been laid. Really? That's good. Mr. DeHeck has started producing videos claiming he has evidence. However, his evidence was based on subject views and not on material of evidentiary value. Oh, you're just great, mate. I'm loving it. What Mr. DeHeck's motive? Question. We do not know. It could be that he did not personally gain or for more moral purposes. I don't know what you mean by that, but go for your life, buddy. However, I've noticed in a few of his latest videos since his trip to Orlando that he seems upset when he's not recognized for his work. I am upset. I'm upset that the newspapers haven't. So what are you trying to say, my friend? Now, look, rather than hiding in the chat room as an anonymous purpose, why don't you come online and show us who you really are? So let's see. So the person that's trying to save everybody is called viewer and listener. And we go to the more, and we can see that this person joined up on the 10th of March. So if you have a look at that, I'll just bring that down a little bit. We go to more, and you can see that the person that's in the chat room that's trying to say whatever they're trying to say and use their words joined up today on YouTube, which is great, which means you're a coward, right? Not rocket science. So if you're a coward and you really want to put your big boy trousers on and have an opinion, which I don't really care about, then there's a link in here called join, and you can come on stage and tell me what you really are trying to say. And that would be a bit more braver than someone like myself who's actually on here I've been trying to stop people from getting scammed since September the 1st. Now, what have you been doing since the 10th of March? Oh, I just want to know. But anyway, Harry M. Samuels is the point of interest today, and you're more than welcome to keep going on in the chat room. And if you get out of control, Susie or one of the other administrators just might nip you in the butt and kick you out of here. But if you've got anything decent to say rather than a theory, you're more than welcome to do so. So shortly after Florida Corporation was dissolved, the records show that Bringus Bookkeeping resurfaced as a Wyoming entity. The formal records include contact details associated with Harry M. Samuels. Moving companies between jurisdictions is not unusual. Business frequently recognizes entities across states, tax, administrative, and regulatory reasons. So no doubt Nadia went and set herself up an office in Wyoming. No, she didn't. However, when the same individual appears repeatedly in formation and dissolution filings across multiple jurisdictions, it becomes part of the documented record surrounding the corporate structure. The filings therefore raise a broader question about who was coordinating the formation, dissolution, and relocation of these entities as they move between states. Document reference here. So you can click on this, and once again, you can actually have a look at the Wyoming registration, and you can see Nadia, they've got address, and look at it. It's Harry's Samuels accounting.com, and you can give him a ring. Maybe we should give him a ring. That would be quite good. I don't think he's got WhatsApp, but you can go through here and you can see Harry's name everywhere. I think you can come down here and see the actual incorporation. So what I'm getting out there, guys, is he is very, very active in everything to do with what was happening. Anyway, now, I'll be honest. It says the One Lottery connection. I don't know who this One Lottery, but we have got a lot of documents which I haven't actually had a chance to read and examine. But if anyone wants to find out exactly what this One Lottery connection is, it may be a good idea. But there is a connection. And I have to sleep sometimes, and I can't just continuously research everything. Another entity connected to the same ecosystem is Wool Lottery Ventures, LLC. Corporate tax returns show that the filings for the company was prepared by Samuel's Accounting Service based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The return includes a cover letter confirming the filing was prepared by Samuel's Accounting, his address, document reference. So let's have a look at all these documents, and that's one I forgot to actually open. And you can see the documents are here. Samuel's Accounting Service, blah, blah, blah. This was going back to 2023. And you can read through this to your heart's content. Now, I'm not really, I'll be honest, I don't quite follow this. I've had a little help from my Avengers, and you can see, I presume that shareholdings, and it's above my pay scale, basically. But you get the idea. There is a document there that's 18 pages, and it tells you the exact reason that company is set up. And as a rule, this is actually... I'm actually going to, what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to open this up in a different window. And I'm going to edit that post. And I'm going to go down to, we get to here. And I'm going to make that so it opens in a new window. Where's that gone? That one there? Oh, hold it. You'll see what I'm doing this one day. That one there. Open that there, and where did it go? It's not opening a new window. Oh, that one there. Open new window, update, and that one there as well. Open that one there, that one, and we've done that one. All right, so that's going to be better. And while I'm there, I'm just going to check some of these other ones because it's a pain when it goes off onto a different window. Alrighty, I'm happy with that. And we're back. We're back. Right, so we've got that letter. Right, is that One Ventures? Yep, we have. So now we're off to the next. Excuse me. Later filing shows the same accounting firm prepared the company returns the following year as well. So we'll go and open that one now. And this is all about One Lottery Ventures, which I know my Avenger Susie might tell in the chat room if we haven't still got our heckler in there. How can somebody be heckling me? That's so funny. After all we've been through, and after how we've now had a court, now we've had the US government charge Christopher for a $328 million scam, and we still get hecklers in here trying to figure out my motive. I just think that's so funny. And it is on my mind because at the end of the day, what is your motive when you got involved in Goliath Ventures? It was to make money, wasn't it? And now I'm getting accused that my motive is what? Make money? All you guys are in here to make money. And now I'm not allowed to make money. I ask you for a donation. Hey, don't give me a donation, guy. I might profiteer from bringing down a $328 million Ponzi scheme. I might get some kickback one day. That would be great. You know what I'll do with it? I'll just carry on busting scams. What are you guys going to carry on doing with your investment? What was your motive? What were you going to do with your money that you were trying to make? What was your motive? And then other people come in here and they point the finger. You know, when you point the finger at somebody, there's three fingers pointing back at yourself. I just think that's so funny that people are trying to find a motive. It just doesn't blow me away. Further investigation is underway and the further result following. The court was ordered to recover the oversee Goliath Ventures and audit will commence. Okay, whatever that means, mate. I don't even know what you're trying to say. It sounds like you've just got yourself the internet connection for the first time and your grandmother's typing it in as you tell her what to say. Just saying. The court filings add another layer. One of the more interesting documents appear in the court filings from Palm Beach County Circuit Court. The lawyers involved were, in the case, objected to a subpoena directly at Harry Samuels, arguing that the documents requested should not be produced because they were protected by accounting privileges. Now, this is really interesting, this part, because Harry Samuels claims that he's a professional, maybe a CPA. Is that what you call it? Now, is he? Because we can't find any proof that this guy is actually a proper an accountant. And on his website, he claims to be a financial advisor. Now, if anybody can prove that he is a registered financial advisor or able to provide professional services to people in regards to financial stuff, then I'm all ears. Harry Samuels, I don't even think I've directly even questioned the fact. However, this subpoenaed directed at Harry Samuels. First of all, I'm just going to read the last paragraph.
The objection itself is notable because it indicates that financial records associated with Samuels were considered relevant enough to be requested through a subpoena, while attorneys sought to prevent their disclosure on privilege grounds.
Right. So attorney privilege documents, like a lawyer, would only be relevant if you were a lawyer and you were a proper lawyer. Now, I'm assuming that I've got this right, so I could be wrong. But what I'm alleging here is if he was a proper CPA, then he would be able, the documents would not be able to be subpoenaed. And the fact that this here shows that documents associated with this company were subpoenaed would probably will allege that he's not a proper accountant. He's a glorified whatever. But here's a subpoena right in front of your screen from the courts requesting the documents so that they could use it in a court case. So people that used the services weren't protected by client privilege, whatever, like a lawyer was. So so what I'm alleging here could be not quite interpreted right because we don't sort of have that in New Zealand, but attorney-client privilege wouldn't apply if he's not a proper chartered accountant. I don't know if that's quite right. Based on the timeline, look, listener, you're actually pissing me off, so I'm just going to say goodbye to you. And I'm not doing it because I don't want the feedback. If you've got anything you want to say to me, you can literally email me. But in the meantime, I'm going to put you in timeout because you're distracting. And I'm going to put you in timeout for 24 hours. All right? Okay, I don't think that's right, Danny. Attorney communications are privileged, but not accountants. Yeah, so I couldn't quite figure out because I've had some documents given to me and I've put them together, but I don't quite get it. So the court filings that the courts actually summonsed this into the courtroom, and I don't quite know what the meaning of that is. So I'll be honest, I'm a bit lost here. Maybe it will come to light. Verifying the claim registration. All right. So this is actually another angle. So somebody might want to explain that to me a little bit better than I did. But we're not saying we've got everything 100% right here. That's my wee disclaimer. And hopefully I have got some things right today.
In his correspondence with me, Samuels also stated that he had resigned from representing Christopher Delgado and the Goliath entities.
Now, this is really interesting. Now, there's a couple of things which I don't think ChatGPT actually picked up on because it was done in a way which is really interesting. But if you read through the correspondence I've had with Harry Samuels, I'm going to actually bring it up. There was a part in there where he claimed that once the government had finished. So what I've done is I haven't changed anything here, but here's the whole correspondence that I've had with Harry Samuels. And you can go through here. And in here, he does actually mention about once the government's finished looking through what he's... So it sounds like he's already been looked at by the government. And I'll give him one bit of grace that once the government has finished going through everything that he's done in here, no doubt he will remove. But in that actual document and the email correspondence that we've had with him, he's alleged that he was resigned as his resignation for Goliath Ventures. However, that correspondence was probably a couple of weeks old now and nothing's happened. And that would contradict everything he's just said. because nothing's happened. So in several of the emails, Harry M. Samuels stated that he had resigned from representing Christopher Delgado and the Goliath entities. At one point he wrote, he said, resigned as registered agent and as account from Delgado organization. So that was his words, not mine. Okay. That statement raises an important, was it procedural detail. In both Wyoming and Florida, notice I said that backwards, resigning as a registered agent is not informal. It requires a specific filing that the Secretary of State, typically called a statement of resignation of registered agent. Once submitted, the filing normally appears in the public record in the same day. The resignation itself does not usually become legally effective immediately. In most cases, roughly about 31 days waiting period. This allows the company time to appoint a replacement registered agent so that the entity is not left without official contact or legal notices and service of process. Because of this process, a genuine resignation typically leaves a visible filing trail in public record. If such a filing does not appear in the corporate record, it raises reasonable questions. Was the registration ever formally submitted to the state, or was the statement referring only to what's that say?
Intention to step
away from the relationship. You can decide. That distinction may seem minor, but when someone emphasizes that they have distanced themselves from an operation of public filing record, the public filing record becomes the objective way to verify the claim. So if somebody's saying hearsay, it should be backed up in the documents submitted to wherever they submit them. At the time of writing, no registration filing has been located in the available corporate records. If such filing exists, it would likely appear in the public database maintained by relevant Secretary of State. So if anyone wants to go and find any reference to Harry M. Samuels resigning, I'm all ears. The question of the accountant-client privilege. Now, maybe this is where we get this right. Now, some of this has been prepared by my friend Chat.
The court filing referenced above raises an important legal question regarding the scope of accountant-client privilege under Florida law.
All right, let's read it.
In the filing, lawyers objected to the subpoena directed at Harry M. Samuels, arguing that the requested records were protected by accountant-client privilege.
Right, so they must have an accountant-client privilege of some sort, but I'm not familiar with it, and maybe other people in here aren't either. But maybe there is an accountant-client privilege thing that we don't know about. But let's carry on and see what it says.
Florida does recognize such a privilege. However, the statute defining it is very specific about who qualifies as an accountant.
So this is where we basically say that he isn't a proper accountant.
Under Florida Statute FS 90.5055, the privilege applies only to communications between a client and a person defined as an accountant.
So there you go. And if you want to know the law on it, so maybe I did know what I was talking about, but in here it talks about the statute. And in here it talks about how accountant does have some sort of client privilege thingy. So read it yourself. I've just put the link to the blog in there. The statute defines an accountant as either a
certified public accountant, CPA, or a public accountant licensed under Florida law.
Right. So does anyone know whether Harry M. Samuels is a CPA? We can't find it.
The licensing requirements governing public accountants appear in Chapter 473 of the Florida statutes.
Right. One section in particular, I'm going to read this because I don't want to get it wrong.
One section in particular, FS 473.322, makes clear that a person may not practice public accounting or use titles such as certified public accountant or public accountant unless they hold an active license issued under that chapter.
Oh, well, that could be a bit of a problem then, because I've got, if we go back to, now, if he goes about us and we have a look at his website, he tells you all the wonderful things that he can actually do. This website's the worst website ever. It's all done in pictures, no words, so you can't highlight the text and get it read, just saying. Accounting. So he's got himself out there as an accountant. Trust me, there is always a solution. Oh, yeah, I won't say anything there. Individuals, years, represented years, equal opportunity. So he's a OOL. Oh, accountant. He's calling himself an accountant here, isn't he? But he doesn't call himself what I believe is a CPA. Well, maybe if we knew his website was searchable, we could search for CPA and see whether he even mentions it. And you can log in. Well, that's interesting. So you can log into your accounting services, and it's accountable. It must be a service he uses for. It must be a service he uses to do his accounts, not associated to his company. I'm assuming. Just having a wee look here. 1 minute, please, caller. Logging in. Logging in. Logging in. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing's happening there. The little boy waits. Anyway, so there we go. So that's what we're basically alleging, that he isn't a proper accountant. I think that's, and if I've got that wrong, please let us know, Harry, my mate, Harry.
Historically, Florida recognized the designation public accountant, but that credential has largely been phased out, with those individuals effectively grandfathered into the system.
Alrighty, fair enough.
Available records indicate that Harry Samuels operates as a paid tax preparer holding a PTIN, Preparer Tax Identification Number, but does not appear to hold a CPA license or another credential regulated under Chapter 473.
Okay, so he's basically, as he said in his initial contact, he was a pen pusher, and he just did what he was told. He's a machine, but we're proving here that he's not just a pen pusher. He's part of the corporate structure for Goliath Ventures.
That distinction matters because the accountant-client privilege described in FS 90.5055 applies specifically to licensed CPAs and public accountants operating under Chapter 473.
Yep. Tax preparers who are not licensed under the framework may still be subject to confidentiality rules under federal law, including the Internal Revenue Code 7216, which limits disclosure of tax return information obtained during the preparation of return. However, those rules are significantly narrower than attorney-client privilege or the accountant-client privilege recognized under Florida law for licensed CPAs. They primarily protect tax return information itself, not broader discussions about business relationships, entry information, and corporate structure. So I think what we're trying to say here is he should have just spilt the beans to us and told us everything. Timeline of events based on the available documents. We had a few. The following timeline begins to emerge. So in 2021, Christopher started up his first company called GenZen, right? Incorporated, registered by the listed agent Harry M. Samuels. 2022, corporate tax returns prepared by Harry's accounting service for Goliath Ventures. Who is that company, Suze? Who is who is, why are we, somebody needs to help me. I'm just going to ask Susie directly. So who is, I should know who they are, but the name keeps coming up, and maybe something anyway. So I think somebody's trying to link that to somebody else, but just saying, 2023, additional corporate tax return appeared by Samuels Accounting. Bringus Bookkeeping dissolved 2025. September 2025, Goliath Ventures was dissolved. Disillusioning filing signed by Harry M. Samuels. There's a lot of Harry M. Samuels in here. December 2025, court filing shows lawyer attempting to block a subpoena for records held by Harry M. Samuels. Now, that all means something to clever people. I'm not that clever. I'm just the messenger. Corporate network. Based on the available filings, the documents showed a network of entities connected through corporate records and professional services. Christopher, Goliath, Zen, and Harry Woe Lottery Ventures, Bringus, Nadia, dissolution, filing, Bringus, filing. Oh, it's just so much stuff. I hate doing paperwork myself. The question the document raises: none of the document presented in the articles prove criminal wrongdoing by Harry M. Samuels. And I'll stand by that there, Harry. I'm not saying you've done anything criminal. I'm just saying that you've provided a structure for Goliath Ventures, who has been alleged of running a $328 million Ponzi scheme. You just might have provided the structure. You might have provided the grandstand where Christopher stood and told everyone that he was helping everyone helping everyone with their passive income. Maybe Patrick Ben David did that by giving him the microphone. Who knows? What they do show, however, is that the name appears repeatedly inside the corporate framework of companies connected to Goliath's ecosystem. Across multiple filings, Samuels appear not only as a tax preparer, but also roles as registered agent, authorized signer of corporate dissolutions, a tax preparer for multiple entries, a figure whose records were significant enough for a lawyer to attempt to shield them through the claim of an accountant-client privilege. Initially, each of these roles may appear administrative. Taken together, however, they place Samuels inside the structural framework of the very company linked to one of the largest alleged Ponzi scheme currently under federal investigation. The record presented here is not speculation. It is drawn directly from corporate filings, tax returns, dissolution records, and court documents, many of these which are published below for readers to examine for themselves. Harry Samuels was described his role as just a pen pusher. Maybe we need to get him a golden pen. But the documents tell a more complicated story. They show his name appearing repeatedly inside legal and financial infrastructure surrounding the entities tied to Goliath Ventures. This does not prove wrongdoing. Harry Samuels is not a naughty boy. He's just a pen pusher, as he said. This does not prove wrongdoing, but it does raise an important question. Was Harry Samuels merely preparing tax returns? Or was he helping build the corporate infrastructure behind the network of companies now linked to alleged $328 million Goliath scheme? The documents presented in this article allow readers to examine that question for themselves. Don't take my leadership. Now, we do have a document that's just popped up on my screen here, and we're having a look at the entity behind this. Who actually owns it? Oh, so is that his company? Is that what we're getting at? The registered agent. Oh, no, hold it. So this is 21. I keep going 21. One Lottery Ventures. What a great name for a company that's associated with anything to do with Goliath. Just saying. Management member, annual returns. I don't know. Who's that person? I don't know. Managing member. I don't know. What's this company got to do with it? Civil. Oh, I see. Okay. So I think what Susie's just helped me out with here. Sorry, read the chat rooms if you want. Woe Foreign Limited Liability. So basically, there's a company out there that was in a court case, and that's just the company. That's an example of another company not associated theoretically with Goliath Ventures, but obviously it was the one where the lawyers subpoenaed the records to use in a court case, and it just happened to have Harry Samuels' name on it, proving that maybe he's acting above his capacity. I don't know, but you can read all those documents there yourself. We just bought them. We did have like 30, 40 different other documents, but we went through it with a fine-tooth comb and just put the 7 main documents here. So what Harry Samuels tells his own clients. So this is where it gets a little bit deeper. And if you're still with me, good on you. Thank you for being here. 2 letters circulated by Harry Samuels' own clients back in 2025 provide an additional insight into the services he offers and the type of financial structuring advice he provides. Now, this is where it gets really I would be a bit nervous now if I was related to somebody I'm talking about. In the 2025 small business, I never get that word right. I never get lots of words right. Addendum letter, Samuel describes services that go well beyond simply preparing tax returns, more than a pen pusher, in other words. In that letter, he explains that he can assist clients in forming corporations across multiple jurisdictions and arranging registered agents to support those entities. The letter states, I can form a corporation in any state and can serve as registered agent entirely, either directly or through use of a proxy, meaning he'll use somebody else's services. He also advises clients that if they have excess capital, they may wish to establish an additional corporation in tax-friendly jurisdictions in order to structure investments or move capital between entities. That sounds like financial advice to me. This description of service is notable because it aligns closely to the types of multi-entry corporation structures that appear to be in public filings tied to Goliath Ventures, Bringus Bookkeeping Corp, and Wool Lottery Ventures, LLC, and other related entities appearing across Florida and Wyoming state records. And you can read this letter to your heart's content. It's quite a nice letter, but it's basically a letter to the clients that we've been receiving. I've got an unknown caller ringing up. I don't like when unknown people ringing up. You have to ring me back later on. I apologize in advance for the length of this letter because of the confusion around the best blog. I'm not going to read all this. You can go to my blog and you can actually read it for yourself. And you can have a look about what he does. Or you can just freeze my screen and read it right now. Press play and you can read it to your heart's content rather than having to go to my blog. But I will, retirement, many small businesses owners postpone investing in their own retirements. Oh my God, please tell me you're not giving people who are retiring advice. But anyway, you can come through here. What was expected? Other blah, 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 blah. Medical expenses, large purchases. Now, this is really interesting about the large purchases, and you're going to laugh your head off when you hear this advice. Not saying you've done anything wrong, but you can read this letter and you can actually see whether he's just doing tax filings or he's a pen pusher or he's providing potentially financial advice to people. And I'd hope if he is, he's a registered financial advisor, which we could look up actually, couldn't we? But we won't do that just yet. I might do it in a few minutes. Does anyone know whether he's got, I'm scrolling. Hold up. Sarah's probably has a wider camp with the pen pushers. He probably does have people he's associated with, but it is all about him putting his Samuel's name on the bottom of all these paperworks, isn't it? Even though he might have other people doing what he does. Like proxies, you mean, isn't it? All right. So in the same 2025 business letter, Samuels advises that certain personal expenditures, including things like vocations or home renovations, may be paid through corporate accounts rather than personally. The letter states the same applies to large, unexpected or extraneous cost, such as vocations, home renovations, etc. While these are not deductible, it makes more sense to use company money. Now, why is that relevant? Well, let me tell you why that's relevant. Advice like this takes additional significance when viewed alongside the spending patterns later surfaced around Goliath Ventures. Public records and federal court filings cited in earlier reporting described a portfolio of luxury assets associated with Christopher Delgado, including vehicles such as Rolls-Royce Ghost, Lamborghini Hurricane, Bentley, I can't even say that word, Bentayga, and Rolls-Royce, whatever that one is. What's that one?
Cullinan,
along with executive collection of high-end watches and jewelry from brands such as Rolex. I can't even read these names. Anyway, you get the idea. Expensive watches. Apparently, we have heard rumors that are pretty cool that he may even have up to 100 Rolexes. How about that? Not 18. So if you know he's got more, and we did receive some news from different people that he was doing strange things over the weekend, but we couldn't find any verifiable facts about that either. Something about a big party that didn't seem to eventuate. No one turned up in a vehicle. So I don't know how that worked. Anyway, prosecutors examined the value of these vehicles, watches, and jewelry at several $1 million. Actually, we valued them at $6.7 million. Samuel's letter offers this advice in general terms, does not refer to any specific client. However, explicitly suggests that large personal expenditures may be paid through corporate accounts rather than personally. Well, that would add up perfectly with Goliath Ventures. When written advice about routing major personal expenses through the company funds appears alongside millions of dollars of luxury assets documented in federal filing, it naturally raises another question. Were these corporate structures merely administrative tools, or were they part of the financial framework that helped support the luxury lifestyle? Crypto reporting and a client advice is the next section. So do I need you to absorb that? This is sort of putting it out there, sort of the structure of what we know about Goliath Ventures. Corporate reporting and client advice. Another document circulated to Samuel's clients provides further insight into the type of financial activity he was advising on. So what does he actually do for clients? Does he really just pen push? Because this whole blog is about Samuel's coming back at me last time I published a blog claiming that I'd made a few mistakes. He was just a pen pusher, and he was just somebody who files and does what he's got told by clients, not provide all this type of scenario, which we can now see is what he's doing. So in January 2025 tax session letter, Samuels warned his clients that the Internal Revenue Service was releasing scrutiny of cryptocurrency activity and emphasizing the importance of properly reporting all crypto transactions correctly. So we'll just open up that one in the meantime. The letter states, as was expected last year, the IRS is ramping up the review on all crypto transactions. If you are buying to accumulate, is that right?
Buying to accumulate.
Oh yeah, buying to accumulate, mining, trading, or selling crypto, you must report the transaction. Oh my God! So let's have a quick look at that. So here's another happy letter from going out to his clients. I must be one of his clients to receive this. So it even talks about President-elect Trump has voiced his plans. More things about that. Right. So you might find these in the Epstein files one day. I don't know. I don't even know why I said that. But every time I look at documents in Trump, I'm thinking, am I allowed to read this? So there is the letter. You can read it to your heart's content. You can just pause me if you want, or you can just take screenshots, or go to my blog and you can read all this. Talks about the $10,000 limit, because we've even seen some scams that we fight. They tell you to transfer $999 because if it's over $10,000, they have to flag it. So now we see a lot of scams actually telling people to only transfer $9,999, not to flag the. So he's providing all sorts of advice here. When you can sort of go through this, you can see it, pause it if you want. I'll just put it on the screen so you don't have to go read my blog. There we go, back to the blog. That was fantastic, Danny. On its own, this advice stands guidance. On its own, that advice is standard guidance from a tax professional. Well done for keeping your customers up to date there, Harry. However, in the context of Goliath Ventures, which allegedly told investors that funds were being deployed into cryptocurrency liquidity pools, the reference becomes more relevant. It indicates that Samuels was already working with clients engaging in crypto-related transactions and was aware of the reporting requirements surrounding them. The letter therefore adds another piece of context to the broader picture emerging from corporate records. Now that's one hell of a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it? We've opened up the box, we've got all the bits, and we're throwing them on the floor, and now we're picking them up all off the floor, and we've put them on the table, and we've got the book, we've got the cover, and we're now going to put together the pieces. Putting the pieces together. When viewed individually, each of the documents discussed in the articles appear routine. Companies are formed and dissolved every day. Accountants prepare tax returns for thousands of businesses. Corporate entities often move between jurisdictions and legitimate tax or administrative for legitimate tax or administrative reasons. But investigative work really involves around a single document. It takes a whole lot of pieces to make the picture. Instead, it involves looking at patterns across many records. In the case of the entities connected to Christopher Delgado and the Goliath Ventures network, those records show us a series of reoccurring appearances by the same individuals inside the corporate network. Across multiple filings, Harry M. Samuels appears as registered agent involved in early corporate formations, as authorized signer or on dissolution filings. So he can make companies and he can close companies. The tax preparer for 7 related companies, the subject of a subpoena dispute involving accounting client privilege. At the same time, Samuel's own communications describe services that include forming corporations across multiple jurisdictions, arranging registered agents, and helping clients structure additional entities to manage capital and investments. None of this is wrong by itself. None of this by itself established wrongdoing. But together, the documents reveal a consistent, precise presence. Is it presence?
Presence.
Within the corporate infrastructure surrounding companies tied to Goliath's ecosystem. For now, the filings simply form part of public record. As investigations into the collapse Goliath Ventures Inc. continue, those records may help investigators understand how the corporate structure behind the operation was formed, maintained, and ultimately dissolved. I mean, when you think about this, on the 3rd of December, September, we were amazed that the company had been closed down. We thought, wow, we exposed Goliath Ventures, and 3 days after we started this crusade, the company was shut down. It was the next morning we realized that they'd opened up in Wyoming. So the strategy that these companies employ was confusing for everybody. Even the way they set up the partners was going to be confusing for everybody. Each of these partners had their own LLC company set up. As with many investors, the paperwork often tells a story long before the full picture comes to fruition. So that was basically my blog. I know that was a bit of a mouthful, but I just wanted to document what we're doing here. One of the most interesting things was probably the original blog. We had an investigator have a look at all the companies. You probably can't see it. Oh, we can see it here. But all the companies that Christopher was associated to, Goliath Ventures Inc., and then we went into Harry Samuels and we went through and we used special fancy Nancy software that cost like $100,000 for the license, and went through and found every entity that was associated. So when Harry M. Samuels reached out to me, his clients were theoretically watching my videos, and they were claiming that they had no association with Goliath Ventures, and he was correct. Some of these companies here didn't actually have any association with Goliath Ventures other than the registered agent was the same who registered all the other companies. So that's why we started a bigger investigation. And then what we decided to do was to actually go to this file here, which is this is new, so you wouldn't have seen this here, and I have to read this. But the company that provided us this information has always also come back to us and given us more information. So let me go down to here, and we're going to read these 2 paragraphs because we didn't get to discuss these last time like we have now, because I've updated this blog, and it's important that you understand this.
The public record, entities associated through filings. The accompanying corporate graphic was generated using SARI, a commercial entity linking intelligence platform, which maps relationships drawn from publicly available state filings. The visualization reflects entities in which Harry M. Samuels appears in administrative capacities, including registered agent, formation contact, officer, or filing representative, based solely on documented public records. This
Right.
graphic does not assert that all
Wait,
listed
hold on.
entities are connected to Goliath Ventures Incorporated, nor does it allege misconduct by unrelated businesses or individuals. It illustrates structural proximity through shared administrative roles appearing in official filings.
Yeah, so I'm going to keep reading that just so we can get it right.
The purpose of including the graphic is to demonstrate scale and repetition, specifically, the volume of entities in which the same administrative contact appears, and to provide context for readers assessing the broader corporate environment in which Goliath Ventures Incorporated operated.
Yeah, right. I'm just going to see if I can open up this and do what I want to do, and we'll go down to here. So that whole graph was explained.
The recurring appearance of the same administrative contact across such a dense filing network is notable. However, inclusion in the visual map does not imply involvement in, ownership of, or operational connection to the Goliath matter. Readers are encouraged to review the underlying public filings independently.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to actually we're going to show you something pretty cool. Right. So what we did is we went back to the company that provided us this XML file, and I need to read this as well. So we're reading that now.
The underlying data, full entity and relationship file for full transparency. I am publishing the original entity and relationship Excel file generated from the SARI research. This spreadsheet provides a structured breakdown of the relationships visualized in the corporate graphic. It does not rely on speculation or narrative interpretation. Instead, it lists.
Yeah, so it lists, and we'll just get the rest of us, we'll read it through. I'm going to read the whole lot. So what I've got on the other screen there that we've just flipped over the screen, what has this done now, is it lists entity names.
Entity names, linked individuals, relationship types, such as registered agent, officer, formation contact, or filing representative, jurisdictional details, source filing references. In other words, the spreadsheet shows exactly how the connections were derived from public corporate records. Where the visual graphic illustrates proximity, the Excel file shows the underlying architecture, identifying which entities are linked to which individuals, and the specific filing capacity in which those links appear. It does not assert ownership unless ownership is reflected in the filings. It does not allege wrongdoing. It reflects documented structural relationships appearing in state registration records. Readers are encouraged to review this spreadsheet directly. The data allows anyone to independently verify whether a link is administrative or ownership-based, whether an entity connects to Goliath directly, or whether the link appears through a shared filing role. This level of transparency is intentional when dealing with a matter involving a federal criminal complaint and alleged $328 million in investor funds. Precision matters more than rhetoric. The documents speak for themselves.
Right, so the document that we've done the hard work for you guys, any lawyer can download this file, but as you can see, it says the person, and then it has Christopher. And you go along here to this document you can download, and it says officer, linked, founder, blah, blah, blah. And over here, it's got the property, company, and then you can see things. So one of those companies that we researched was Ghost Whitening. And that was a company where Christopher was trying to help people whiten their teeth. And we realized that there's a lot of, like 2 or 3 years ago, Christopher had a company where he's trying to sell teeth whitening, those machines you put in your teeth. And then also we know that the building that he purchased at 186 Orange Avenue, which was where his new corporate offices were, we knew that it was a $3.2 million purchase, and it was purchased in Abaco, whatever that company, the Kingsman Group. So all these companies there, that's where we went down the rabbit holes with. We went and found out who was also on those companies. And when you come along here, you can actually see different people, like, other names. So this company here was associated to Christopher because that bought his building. So then we'd come across here and we'd see that was the building, the address of the building. So lots of stuff was like even the person that owned the building beforehand, Mark James. I never get his name right. So you can come across here and you can see he used to own the building. So this what I'm getting at is this spreadsheet here was really interesting for us at the time, and that was given to us by a company that is now if you go to dheck.com, there was a company that originally provided us, and I went into a meeting and met the company behind it, but the company behind it was called this one, and they were also called, I'll see if I can actually make it smaller. Virtual Total, was that it? Oh, no, there it is there. So it's a German company, but financial crimes intelligence, knowing what to look for. So this company reached out to us and said that they would like to help us in the investigation of Goliath Ventures. And I said, really? And that was really cool. So we took them up on that. And then the other one was this one here, connecting legal claims with smart capital. Don't know what that's all about. But this was the same individual that had provided us those spreadsheets, which is fantastic. So I don't know if that helps, but I wanted to go through the Harry M. Samuel saga. And rather than having a picture like this, how he's a little bit embarrassed that his clients was involved in a $328 million Ponzi scheme and he was just a pen pusher and he was just doing corporate filings, he provided far more information than he was alleging. So I went through and decided to tidy up this blog and make sure that we had all our information correctly, so these are the claims that he made.
I was not involved in any planning or enterprise structuring. I prepared the tax returns from documentation provided to me. Registered agents are not required to do any further due diligence. I merely did what I was asked to do and paid to do.
Yeah, so he just did what he was paid to do, and you can go through there and make up your own, you can do your own investigation, download our graphics, have a look at the other companies, download the Excel file. We were following we were investigating Nadia, and we were trying to figure out who this lady Nadia was. Because when you go back to the original claim and you go to my YouTube channel and you go to the videos, that lady's back with the camera again, watching you. Didn't bring my Red Bull in. Really disgusted about that. Actually, one of my Avengers told me I shouldn't be drinking Red Bull and I should be listening to him. So maybe you're the Avenger. What am I looking for? Oh, there it is. So this one here, look for this video here. This is the best video ever. And if you start at the beginning,
and that's where,
listen to this.
All right. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Morning.
Morning, everyone.
Let's grab our seats. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Mike, stop talking.
Oh, Mike.
First off, I want to thank everyone for being here today, clearing their schedules. Nadia from coming up from Fort.
Hear that? Nadia from coming up from Fort Lauderdale. That was him welcoming her. He's looking straight at her. So the bookkeeper that was at this meeting where they structured the whole company, this whole video is brilliant because this whole video tells you that everything they were doing up to this date was wrong. Because from this meeting, they were trying to form a legitimate company. And they were telling people that they were going to have to make sure you didn't use the word financial, a private investment company, not an investment liquidity firm or whatever it was. But, so this is
Fort
amazing.
Lauderdale, and then the Black Block team coming over from Tampa, Sarasota area. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you, Team Goliath, for being here as well.
So here they are with Black Block, not Black Rock, Black Block, which is now taking their website offline.
This is an exciting day. Over the last couple of years, we've been building Goliath, and a lot of changes have come. A lot of great changes have come. A lot of personal.
Well, I'm just reading the comment in the chat room. Dude, you were paid to commit financial crimes. Just admit it. Who are you talking to? His name is on hundreds of companies, Florida offices, registered agent. Harry Samuels probably has writer's cramp with all the pens he was pushing. I see. They were registered in Nevada. I thought he was talking to me. While foreign limited liability companies, however, they are not foreign base location to their paperwork. I don't follow that. I don't read very well. If that is protected under Florida law, is it protected under Wyoming? I think it was the same. Queen of Karma, yes, I'm reading all the comments backwards. I did this the other day and I got lost in the comments, but I think anyone got any questions or anyone even want to pop on stage, you're more than welcome. But let's just listen to some more of this, this lovely document here.
Impact has come to everyone's singles lives, and this is just one of those other things that's going to help us build such a solid foundation for our company. And so we couldn't have done it. I couldn't have done it without Nick and Jay building this foundation and getting the team assembled. So thank you.
So who did
Round
you
of applause
say?
for them too.
Nick and Kay? Who's Kay? Is that his partner's wife? Is Christine? Is that Christine Turner? Who was? So here he is thanking Nick for setting up Goliath Ventures, and Nick is claiming that he's just a victim. So here's Nick in the audience here. Now remember, Nick's tried to sue Christopher for $40 million worth of unpaid funds, and here's Christopher in a public business partner meeting thanking Nick for his help.
So thank you guys both.
Oh, Jay Newton. Sorry, thank you, Sue. Jay Newton, a Canadian. So Jay Newton, and we, like, you might think that we are making this shit up, but we're not. I mean, let me just say, let's have a look. So if you go along, everything that we have done has been documented. So you go to Goliath Ventures, any reporter wants to report good news, you come down here. I don't even think it's on this particular slide. I don't think it is, but we have actually got, let's have a look. We're going to bring this up because it's relevant, because we saw the original meetings that they had. So let's find it and let's show this once and for all. Remember, if you're looking for any information about Goliath Ventures, we have over 30 blogs which highlight everything that this company was doing, even right down to where they turned up and handed me a bribe of $150,000 to walk away. I think it was that one there. I'll just have a look. But there is a picture where they are actually in the office having a discussion, and we can see Jay Newton and Nick all there together. So these are all the blogs that we've done exposing this company. We'll just keep going. I think I've got too many. Is it that one? I'm pretty sure there is. No, that's Mr. Kalpesh Patel. But there was a. Hey, there you go. Look at those boys, eh? How you doing there? Oh my goodness, these guys. I got another message from him. What did I get? Tyler's Peters. So we're going to read. Well, you unblock this person. You block this contact. Unblock this person. So Tyler's reached out to me again, even though it hasn't come through. But Tyler reached out to me basically saying he doesn't like talking to reporters, nothing personal. Oh, you had to be there. I'm looking for a photo. 1 minute, please. Call it. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, let's keep going then. Let's see what we got down to. Not that one. None of those ones. Oh, no. They're all sitting around the table. Ventures and security. Oh, it's just going to be hard finding this one. I'm sure it's here somewhere, though. There's Tomo in handcuffs again. Dirty Tactics. Journalist. Yeah, maybe I can't find it. No, those ones. But I do have some of these images that keep... Oh, maybe it was here. Hold up 1 minute. 1, 2, 3. Might be that one there, but I'll just open that in a new window. But what I'm getting at is they were sitting around... Onyx Reserve. What were they doing? They were sitting around having a business meeting, and at the time we didn't know who was all behind it. And then we found all the stuff. So we'll just have a look down here. Oh, I think we've done this one already, haven't we? Yeah, we have. We'll go open to this one. We'll see if we've got photos. Sometimes I put photos in between. No. Oh, let's not go there. I probably am going to persevere on this to a certain degree. But what I am going to do is I'm going to put that on a different screen, and we're going to play some of that because we're going to learn from this video. And we are going to put it 1 minute, please, caller. There. And we will go back to
with our words. And that's where that compliant language, like I said, you're going to have individual training on that. What can I and what can I not say? That's going to be a big one. To us, after doing this for 40 years combined, we know what we can and cannot say because it's been beaten into us, because every day we face the risk that if you say this, you get your license pulled, which means everything we've spent our careers building disappears.
And they don't have any license.
And we've watched it.
Yeah.
Plenty of times with people we know.
Yeah, close friends we've seen. So again, that is why,
I've been looking in the mirror
as directors, and we'll go over the new titles and things there, but the roles that you guys hold are critical, and this is why each one of you and your accountability is critically important. You can sink the entire ship. So it's like, we've kind of been playing with house money up to this point and hope everything works. Now that we're putting things out there, Goliath is very in the forefront. Because of Goliath's prominence and their ability to lead in this industry, they absolutely have a target. You guys have a target on your back. Like you're the ones people would come for. So it's critically important that everyone adheres to the same standards so that we know, hey, the message we're preaching is all the same and we're all holding to these standards. And if there's violations there, then we have to address it, right? And it's not us. It's our whole goal is Black Block, and Pierce says this all the time, it's to protect the entire entity. Like we can't allow one person to bring down the whole ship. So that really is the key of what all this kind of comes from.
Now, I'll be clear, we don't want to attack anybody.
Sure.
Because you don't have clear rules and guidance to play in. It's Chris coming to us and saying, what should I do to be prepared for what could come?
Okay, so I've actually accidentally started that at the wrong place. But that's probably a good place. But look, in the meantime, I've found my picture. Thanks, Suze. The sound is good, no echo. Oh, you're awesome. Thanks for giving me that tip feedback. Thank you. Now, this is the photo where we sat here and we tried to figure out who was originally, around when Goliath was, strategizing. So as you can see here, we've got Christopher at the front wearing his lovely t-shirt, which I've got one of those as well. And then you've got Steve Davis, David Panzik, Michael Chmielewski, and Jay Newton. We couldn't figure out who the guy was with the shirt on, unless you guys know. And then we've got Alex, and when you think about this, we've got Fireman. There's no Tomo. Maybe that is Tomo. And also Nick Petrillo. But the point was Jay Newton, I'm going to change his name actually for next time, was involved. Now, I'm actually going to play this video, but I'm going to go back to the start because I think it's important that we listen to this together. And we will tell you things that we couldn't believe at the time. So we're just going to go back to where they just did the introduction.
So as we get started, I'm going to turn it over to the Black Box team. This is their session. Just as our chats and emails have gone, this session really is for everyone to get all their questions answered, to ask questions, to get any materials or any ideas that you guys have that you guys want to bring back to your partners. So everything you guys ask in the chat, from documentation to changes in agreements to our insurance and fidelity bonds, this is what that meeting is for. So please ask your questions. Don't hold it off for the chat, because if you do, then I'm going to tell you go yourself. So thank you guys again for being here. Thank you guys for dedicating your day to be here. I know we're all super busy, and this is very important, not only for the company, but for myself as well. So with that said, I'm going to turn it off to Mr. Piers and Mr. Matt. They have your guys' undivided attention. Please be off your cell phones as much as possible today, and please make sure that your day is available for these guys. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, goody. We've got somebody back here at the moment asking me what happened to the viewer listener. I bet Danny banned him. Yes, I did. It was very distracting. But let's have a look at this. So the person asking this question is called HMD. And you can go there and you've actually been since 2000. So why did you ask about that? So you actually have been there for a wee while. Look, if you've got a problem with anyone in the chat room that I've banned, and I've only banned one person for 24 hours because he was asking stupid questions, you are more than welcome to come on stage now. Anyone that wants to ask questions, ask any questions, you can come on stage now and answer those questions. That's not a problem. But if you want to be in the chat room hiding your identity and being anonymous, then I'm not going to stand for it. And that's what happened to viewer listener, which is probably your bunk buddy. And we'll carry on. Any other questions?
Mike the man.
Perfect.
All right.
It's about that time.
It is that time. Thank you, everybody, for being
we're
here. I'm Piers Curry. This is Matt Burks, founders of Black Block. I want to thank our team for being here, Aaron, Nicole, Pam, for their support, integral in the rolling out of what we're going to be doing for you guys today and into the future.
So just remember Black Block, not Black Rock, and Black Block is taking their website down. And it wasn't actually Black Block. Black Block. It was my Black Block because Black Block was taken by somebody else. So they've also got My Wealth MD, which isn't wealthmd.com. It is My Wealth MD. And that website's been removed as well. And these are the companies behind it. So this whole meeting was a total sham.
I want to talk first about kind of how we got here, right? We are you.
We are you.
Right? We're directors ourselves. Oh, that's the new name, not executive partners.
Yeah, direct.
So this is where they told everybody that they were going to now be having to form their own LLC company to protect themselves. Is that right, Elliot? Are you the guy in the chat room there? Elliot, there you go, mate.
We'll
Just
get
a
to
little.
that.
We'll get there. It's fine.
We are you. We started by investing our own money with Chris, then looking out towards helping other clients of ours invest their money. And in doing so, we said, because our background is traditional finance, right? 20 plus years with the two of us in stocks, bonds, financial advising. So we're very familiar with compliance and regulatory measures. And we started looking at what we were doing and said, we need to not wait for us to be regulated, but assume we're going to be regulated and go ahead and set up all of our own internal compliance systems so that the day that regulation hits, we're already fully good to go. Or if someone just knocks on the door and says, hey, what are you doing? We're already ready to go. Client records look good. And
That's right.
That's the origin story. So when we brought that to Nick and Chris and showed them what we were doing, that's ultimately what kicked this off.
Yeah, we, it's exciting from our standpoint because, and I will say, I give Chris and Nick and you guys kudos because honestly, what we're doing for you guys, really, to our knowledge, no other company in this space is doing. So there's not like a lot of blockchain and crypto spaces that are actually doing any type of regulation. So the fact that we're even putting our toes into that water, it's exciting for us because I think it's going to happen. And with that said, as Chris mentioned, since we've come on, hopefully most of you guys I've had conversations with, so hopefully we've been able to provide some good value from that standpoint with some of your new partners you're onboarding. And we're even looking ahead to some of the things that we're working on. Just so you guys know, it's not just about Goliath. We want to help bring regulation to the industry, and we think this is the administration that makes the most sense to try and do that. So we actually are working with the chair of the Financial Services Committee with his office, French Hill, and we're going to have a meeting with him here in the next few weeks up in D.C., where essentially we're trying to, of course, Goliath will be the poster child for this, where we try and actually start affecting legislation. So we want to actually do some things that make sense from that standpoint long term, not just let's put some things in place, but let's do something that survives beyond this 4-year administration. And so that's kind of really the whole goal here is we want to actually step into that role, put some things in place, and then have it affect long-term change, because what we don't want is the SEC to try and create legislation through lawsuits, which is what they're currently doing. You know, the DOL has a pretty big authority handle as well, so they could make up a new law that says, oh, well, we're going to do this in our industry. Overnight, they created something called Reg BI, which is Reg Best Interest. We found out about it. It completely reshaped our industry. Like, it literally changed the way we did business overnight, and it was not Congress passed. It was a law that the DOL.
Okay, news to hand, just while he's waffling on. Did you know an hour ago it was published that the high-profile real estate brothers convicted in strict sex trafficking case, the two brothers were the Alexander brothers. So somebody's just messaged me and said it's a bit off topic. They said, wasn't there some connection between Goliath Ventures and other members with the Alexander brothers? If so, they have all just been found guilty of the sex trafficking. Now, these guys have been accused and now found guilty of drug raping women. Isn't that amazing? And there was a WhatsApp group where we heard that one of the people that were on the Lear jets, which I'll show you, was actually, so if you go to Goliath Ventures here, so this individual here with the singlet on, we've got photos of him arm in arm with the Alexander guys. Now, when we talked to him, he said that he just went to school with them. Also, the other day when we got Romy, R-I-M-O, he claimed to us he just managed to find himself on a jet airplane onto Mykonos. So we found that he had previously 2 other holidays he went with Chris. So, you know, these guys, you know, their circles of friends are questionable. Now, isn't that pretty amazing? That there is a connection with the social circles, but whether there is no connection, in my opinion, to Christopher and the Alexander people, but they all know each other. And that was amazing. So anyway, let's go back to that. I'm just going to see if I can find that photo and we'll flip back to that in a few minutes, but let these guys carry on talking over there.
Or that they got through. So, a ruling from a workforce standpoint. So they can do that for crypto as well. So that's why we see how important it is to actually start looking in those directions.
And they are trying.
They're trying.
You know,
They're absolutely
they
trying.
are. We have a good administration right now that's supportive of crypto. So we're going to lean into that for the next 4 years and take as much advantage of it as we possibly can. So we're excited to be working with Chris and the entire team to move this vision forward. We see a significant opportunity for growth, as you guys have all exhibited. The speed at which Goliath is growing is fantastic.
All right, just going to flip back to this Romy thing. So these are the trips that they took. So this is, obviously you can see here, you've got Alex, Chris, and his girlfriend. Well, actually not his girlfriend. I think one of these girls sitting next to him is actually looking after his house in Dubai. And then you've got the bottle spinning guy, and you've got Romy. You've obviously got him in the flight. You've got him here with the bottle spinning. So, you know, after their phone call the other day when he rang while I was on the show, he did reach back to me and said that he didn't realize he was live. He didn't listen to the recording before he came on the show. People that were on the show would have remembered that I sent him a message and he rang me and I answered it live on the show. So I wrote back to him and I said, okay, so somebody sent me a message and they basically said they watched our live and it was funny. He said he went on one trip with Isaac, the guy that spins the bottles on his head. And he said, Instagram has them all in Aspen in February and Amsterdam a month before Mykonos. Isaac, Romy's employers. Anyway, now, so basically I wrote that back to him and he didn't answer me. But here is, you know, them enjoying rides together, right? Wait for the Grand Kanika. So these I've forgotten who this guy is, but I could be wrong. But there is another one that was really shocking. And this one here. So here's the guy that Christopher, so these guys have been, these are the Alexander brothers. They're real estate guys. They have just been charged an hour ago in all counts of you know, going after women. Now, Romy was in the same WhatsApp chat group that these guys were using to groom women. All right. So, all right, whoever that was, somebody in the chat room. So I'm just saying that that's quite amazing in some aspects that that news has just come out. High-profile real estate brothers convicted in sex trafficking case. 2 famous brothers worked as real estate brokers, 39 and 38. Yeah, it's just amazing. So I haven't obviously read that. Sentencing in the case is scheduled on the 6th of August. The brothers could face up to life imprisonment. So imagine hanging out with these guys, being in the same chat groups where they groom women, they drug women, and they take advantage of them and do heinous acts to these women. And then all of a sudden you find that your mates that you used to hang out with are now going to jail for doing these women. And then you're going to sit here and say, oh, I just went on joyrides with them. I just hung out with them in social circles. I mean, do you want to hang out with people like that? That's pretty amazing, really. So what else we've got? So let's have a look. Wall Street Journal, The Guardian. Is that The Guardian? BBC News. Oh, my favorite newspaper. I've been in here. For good things, so not bad things. Where have we got? Oh, we've got to subscribe. Do we cancel? I can't do this. Accept. Yes, there we go. So it will just be 2 women described attacks that occurred after they were invited to vocation. So all the people I chat to, I mentioned, do you know the Alexandra boys? And they go, yeah, we do. But everyone knows about this, even though these were New Yorkers. So I just think that's amazing. So it'd be interesting to see if they investigate other people and go after other people that were in those same social circles. That's all I'm saying. And there is a connection. But anyway, good stuff. Thank you for letting me know that.
And this is a monumental opportunity for us to completely legitimize the space and make sure that we can get us as close to bulletproof as is possible, with the guidance that we have. And to Matt's point, ultimately, we're working to get up to DC so that we can actually create the model that everybody else has to follow. And thank you for your vision in the space. A tip of the hat, Chris, for doing what you're doing, but then seeing what we want to do too, man.
Yeah, we're excited about that.
So we got a lot to cover.
Some of the fun stuff first. This is some fun stuff, some brand consistency. You want to kick it off?
I'm telling you. So we have an entire investor relations team on our staff. All they do is make sure that the communications are clean. I should say all they focus on. They do a lot. Clean communications, that what we're saying is compliant.
Right.
That no attorney, no anybody can come after us, no regulator can come after us for what we're saying, making claims or anything like that. Mm-hmm. But add to that, they can also help to make sure that the brand of Goliath is consistent across the board. So all communications, all materials, everything you guys have in the field, right down to the website, the newsletter, everything matches, looks right, and help us work towards a consistent brand, right? Like, we know Chris, but what is the Goliath brand?
Yeah.
And so they're helping us to come up with that so that you guys all have consistent feel and language when you're out in the field talking to people.
You've reached brand like implementation when your name becomes synonymous with what you're trying to do, right? You don't go search for something, you Google it. So because Goliath is a big player in this industry, that's where we're like, okay, Goliath has made it. When Goliath is literally the example other companies look to aspire to, that's what we want. And so with that, we know sales materials is important, and you guys have been asking, hey, we got to have things to put in front of people. The thing is that as Piers mentioned, we're trying to make sure everything we're giving you is legally compliant, that the legal side says this is okay to put in front of potential partners. So we don't like to roll things out too quickly, because when we do that, then we have to roll things back. So we'd rather err on the side of be a little slower. But one of the big things that we'd like to show you guys, because I feel like you'd probably want to see it, this is the pitch deck that you guys are familiar with. And these are some of the things that they've put together within that to kind of give some consistency. Again, like Piers said, where everything's branded, it's the same message. just slightly repackaged. So we'll kind of like give you like a sneak peek of what that's looking like, because that also has to go with Chris as well. But they're working on this. So this is the exact pitch deck of what you guys currently have, but it's rebranded, and it is a compliant-friendly message. So everything that's in here is actually approved. So you can kind of see, this is the pitch deck. Yeah, who is Goliath? What is the past, the present, the future? You kind of see some consistency here. Statement from Chris, which is, of course, great to have his photo and statement right there at the top. What do we do? Some of the landscape, what does it look like from a market environment standpoint? Love these type of facts there. And then, of course, liquidity pools, how we actually make money. What is that? So again, these are all compliant-friendly things. Introducing you to the DeFi space, what does that look like? Providers versus pools. And then just a story of growth. What has crypto done from its inception, right? You've got user adoption, market cap, developer base. So the things that are happening is a big deal. And then, of course, this is the page you all like and love. Insured and bonded. This is a big deal. This is all compliant friendly in the way that we're saying it. So this is the slide no other company can show that might do liquidity pools. They don't have that. And then, of course, what are we built on? Decentralized exchanges.
So if you want to go back to.
And then to you?
To this?
Yeah, to that. This is guys, this is what sets us apart from every other company in the space. This is the deal closer. It's not the Goliath suite. So I don't want to see any more messages that we need tickets to close deals in the Goliath suite.
This is true.
Damn it.
This is the slide that closes your deal. If this slide doesn't close the deal, then the guy's just fucking with you. Okay? That's it.
This is an important line to Chris's point. First in kind. We built this insurance suite for Goliath. You guys are the only ones that have it. Anything else you want to say on that, Chris? That's awesome. I agree. That's an exciting page, and we're excited. Then you can see as Pierce scrolled down, there's disclosures and disclaimers at the bottom.
That's the cool part.
This is the fun part that we like to have in there. This is the real money shot. Obviously, these are the things that we put in that make everything compliant. This
is not offering a financial product, but throughout this whole important compliant information, it talks about how it's an investment opportunity. Even though it says legal or investment, it says recipients should conduct their own due diligence, consult with professional advisors before making any financial or legal investment decisions. It talks about any potential offerings, including tokenized financial investments or digital lending products, may be classified as securities under applicable law. So this whole thing was a disclaimer about investments, and then they were telling their partners not to mention the word investments or money, which is just ridiculous, because if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck and people put money into something, it's an investment. But they were just telling people not to mention the ducks or the quack.
Another piece I wanted to show to you, because it's very close to being able to roll out and be partner friendly.
Hey, Matt.
Yes.
Can you just go back 2 slides?
Oh, sure. Will you pop back to that?
One more.
Can we just stay on compliance, Penny?
We love the compliance, Ben.
The word
Here.
exchange is spelled wrong, so just
Oh, yeah.
we're putting it out. I just want to make sure that
It's with a C.
Listen, we
did
did that
this
because we
selling
wanted to
stuff.
make sure you guys are paying attention, and Poon gets the award. We have a special award.
This is not approved for use.
So
This is our draft.
we said close, Poonie. We said close. Focus on the pretty, but okay. All right. Well, Poon gets to be our proofreader now, so we have
all
it.
kidding.
So Punique is recruited 500 people into Goliath Ventures, and he's just noticed there's a spelling mistake. And also he has got a team of people in what they call the 7% club. So at this time, people that were under Punique, who knows how to spell, were in a 7% return club. So 7% per month. Imagine how much he was getting. He'd recruited 500 people.
Like, aside, that's the closer.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have that degree of language in there with the insured and bonded, it says
It's a big
we're
deal.
vetted, we're cleared. And when we talk about having those insurance coverages in place, just to sidebar for a second, like, that's a huge deal we sat with the underwriters at the insurance companies who were like, okay, we've never seen this before.
Yeah.
You have to take us through every single piece, one of which is what Matt wants to show you next. But like, what's the glide path of money? What are the securities in place? What are they actually doing?
This is what they tell
So
everyone.
our knowledge had to
that
be
they're
top
insured.
tier to even get them to look at us, let alone get underwriters to actually put together full insurance policies for this.
If you think it's hard to sell a partner to give you money, it's real hard to sell an underwriter to
An
insure.
insurance company to insure
Like
something
to insure
they've
this.
never
And,
seen
and to
before.
Chris's credit again,
Oh, Chris,
it's not
you're amazing.
cheap. You probably would
Put a
assume
7
this.
in the
This
chat
insurance
room.
is very expensive.
If you
It's
think
very expensive, and it's
Christopher
pretty much for
is
partner
amazing.
confidence. That's literally the reason he's spending this money. So very, very exciting. So I don't know if you guys have seen this. We're going to rebrand it a little bit. But every time I've shown this to you guys, it's a nice visual of like when someone says, well, how does my money make money? That's the question that we get very often, right? So you've got where your initial partner funds come in. It gets wired into Goliath. Goliath transfers it to an institutional Coinbase account, converted there to USDC, and then it's transferred where it's like on-chain to an encrypted ledger. Then I like to show from this point, once it's on-chain, we use whitelisted liquidity pools. This is the part where your money makes money. That's important for people to see, like, where does my money make money? In Uniswap right here. This is where you actually make money. Then you exit the funds back into encrypted ledgers and the process repeats. When someone says, how do I get my money back? Well, it starts here. We transfer it back to the institutional Coinbase, and then it comes
Can you
back
see
through
the
a wire
liquidity
transfer,
pools
unless
there?
they're wallet to wallet. But that's like they actually put together another version of this that I like. That is a little more interactive, where you can just kind of walk people through it. Like, so what does it look like when I give you money? Because that's the number one question people ask the most is,
So
what actually
this
happens to my
graphic
money
was in
when
the,
I give it to you? And so this kind of breaks it down for
criminal
them to give them a
charges.
nice picture of,
was in
okay,
the
this is
official
how we make money with your money.
US.
And I do know,
versus
Puneet, before you
Christopher.
say it, I do know there's an
Ireland.
issue. I will fix that. Any questions on the sales side stuff? We're going to get all this to you guys very shortly. Yes, Mike.
I was asking on when the time is for that on the sales
I mean,
Pending Chris's approval.
pending Chris's
it can be
approval,
immediate.
it could be as soon as this week. It'll be within a week for sure. Yeah,
And the
yeah.
same thing with the bond,
The
is that
question
gonna be
is-
on like a one pager? I know you guys kind of put it on 2 slides, but it's gonna be
So the bond, it will be in the pitch deck, and then we're working on a second one or a third one page.
So what was the pitch deck for, do you reckon? Was to pitch it to people in Zoom meetings and grow the business. So all these Zoom meetings that were happening behind closed doors, and we know that Pierce Curry was running this very pitch deck in Zoom meetings, encouraging people to invest, and this is how disgusting this is. The compliance insurance issue may not have been a bad idea if they weren't trying to apply it to an obvious Ponzi scheme. Well, that could be very true. They might actually have worked for legitimate companies. How many companies do you know provide insurance when you go into invest? Imagine investing in the share market or in Bitcoin, and there's an insurance company out there who's guaranteeing that you can't lose. If that guarantee was rock solid when you think about it, that means that everybody could just invest with total peace of mind. And when you got their contract, they didn't have any word in it about the insurance. In fact, well, they did have some words. They said at the bottom, if anyone would like to know more about the insurance, you had to email them to ask them about the insurance. It wasn't even in the contract. How many people would provide you a contract to sign for an investment opportunity claiming it's insured without having the insurance documents within that contract? Goliath Ventures.
That actually, it kind of looks like a Morningstar report, and that is where we have the actual bond language on. So it's in the disclosure. So there'll be like another one pager. So you're actually going to have that, which has some performance data history that shows, and what that'll have is it'll show how much partner dividends have been paid out, like in 24, 23, 22. So those are numbers, because the other thing you want to kind of do, guys, is like shift your language away from percentages. You don't really, like, we don't want to say, well, this amount of money came in and this amount of money was paid out, because then you can figure out, okay, well, what are percentages? How much Goliath makes is irrelevant. What is relevant is how much the partner makes. That's all that they should care about, and that's all you should be discussing. But this shows them, wow, Goliath paid out, it was over $100 million, to my knowledge, in 24. Over $100 million in dividends.
That's a really good statement, that one. We use that one quite a bit. $100 million worth of dividends paid out in 2024. So if you were getting paid 7% return, you can actually mathematically work that out, how much money they had brought in,
dividends in 2024.
if that figure was correct.
That's a huge deal. So those are the things that we want people to know about. So you'll have that one pager that will have all the insurance as well. So 3 really key pieces will be coming you guys' way within the next week that we hope will really give you some good knowledge and empowerment to meet with people. Any other questions on those?
No, I'll stress one thing when we're talking about the bonding or insurance coverage, we cannot sell against it. We can't use that for
Correct.
sales, like, buy us, we're bonded. It's informational. Hey,
Yes.
by the way, it's bonded, it's first in class. Here's information on it. You can read up on it. Let me know if you have any questions about the specific coverages. It's just meant to be a reassurance, not a closing tool.
A reinsurance that they were backed by insurers.
Chris's point, that page in the deck is the main one, because that's where it's like, okay, you walk people through it, and then on top of that, wait, it's insured. That is kind of like the climax of the deck, because you walk them through it to that point, and then you're like, wait a second, there's actually some kind of insurance on this. We just want to make sure that you guys are saying it correctly when you talk about it. So we will give you a cheat sheet of the coverages. To give you an idea, like just a quick overview. I don't think we have this anywhere else in the presentation, do we?
It's not, no.
So real quick, there's what's called errors and omissions insurance, which essentially covers you guys if you missell Goliath and say something materially wrong and it causes a partner loss. That insurance would cover that as you're covered. This is why only directors and employees of your companies can sell Goliath, because no one else is covered under E&O. It's not covered.
E&O. So all those people were covered if they got their facts wrong by E&O. Wonder how that's going to work for them now.
If someone out there says something crazy, we're not covering that. So that's a huge deal. That's why it's a big deal. Only you guys are talking about it. There is what's called cyber insurance in place. And the cyber insurance, if there's any type of hack.
Who's the insurance with then? All these questions I would have been asking in the audience. Who was the insurer?
Hack or cyber or socio-engineering attack, and there's a material loss, that is covered. And then there's the bond piece, the fiduciary bond. And essentially what that covers is if there's malfeasance, if there's an employee internal theft, everyone says, who's this Chris guy that has all my money? That's what answers that question, right? That is literally the question. So we all know Chris, but people who come in do not. So that kind of gives them that level of insurance. Fiduciary bond, yeah. And that is actually, because of that bond, just as an aside, that's why Goliath is allowed to take qualified dollars. You have to have that bond in place to be able to take qualified money. So, and we will be talking about that more in depth, but that's kind of like a quick overview of the insurance pieces to give you an idea, hey, what's covered? It does not cover market loss. Very, very, very key. There's no insurance in the whole world that covers market loss. So if somebody wants to talk about FDIC or they want to talk about SIPC, which is security investment, which is our old business, there's nothing that will cover if the market goes down and I lose money as an investor. That's a market risk you have to take. If the crypto market drops and Goliath loses money, well, there's no insurance for that. It's literally against those other pieces. So just for clarity on that. Any high-level questions, quick questions on that, or Mike?
Not on that, but a question from a lot of partners are like percentages covered, right, in the event of a hack. And we don't have to get too specific, but is there something that we can say when they ask that question?
Great question. And so what you say to that is, no company releases the exact percentages, and the reason is because you're opening yourself up to a lawsuit. The industry standard is 20%, which when you look at the total balances, Goliath falls within that. That's how you word it. That's the official answer.
The reason for that is you don't want a target on your back.
Yeah.
And the second you start letting people know your exact coverages and the limits of liability, then a bad actor can come in and go, okay, cool, now I have my line of attack. That's what I want to go after.
Ooh, really?
And it's a threat to the company. So.
And if it's not, they're not a good partner. It's just not right for them. That's okay. Some will, some won't. So what? Move on.
Yep. And you will receive specific individualized training on that as you go through the rollout for everything. Each one of you is going to have special training one-on-one on the systems, but then stuff like that. How do I speak to this? how do I answer these questions? What can I and can I not say? So that's all coming.
Yeah.
And now my favorite slide.
Here we go.
It's the Goliath boat, man. You're welcome. I wonder what's in the containers. It's my favorite slide because it illustrates the point. We're all in this boat together, right? Number one,
Sunk.
it's about protecting Goliath. Number one, it's about protecting Chris and what he's created.
Compliance.
Obviously, it's protecting our clients, but we are all in this together because if one of us strays.
Actually, just interesting enough, I've watched this 3 or 4 times and I've never seen the picture of the boat. So if you missed the picture of the boat, you'll need to go back and watch it again. In fact, I wouldn't mind seeing if we can just go back to the boat. There it is. So what have we got? We've got safeguarding the team and partners boat, protecting Goliath. Why compliance? So does this mean they're not compliant? This is, upholding compliant language. This is where you're not allowed to talk about a duck. You're not allowed to quack like a duck, and you're not allowed to look like a duck, but it's a duck.
Chris and what he's created.
He created a
Obviously,
big
it's
Ponzi
protecting
scheme,
our
didn't
clients, but we are all in this together.
Yep.
Because if one of us strays.
Excellent. They're all in it together. Now, I've been telling everyone not to go after just Christopher, go after the other 29 co-conspirators, and here you go. He's just said it all for us.
Pays off and does something and causes a lawsuit, a regulator, anything like that, all of us are affected.
Ooh, really?
So not only, would one of us get in trouble, but we could potentially sink the entire ship because of just not paying attention or being, foolish with our words. And that's where that compliant language, like I said, you're going to have individual training on that. What can I and what can I not say? That's going to be a big one. To us, after doing this for 40 years combined, we know what we can and cannot say because it's been beaten into us because every day we face the risk that if you say this, you get your license pulled, which means everything we've spent
and
our
both those
careers
guys
building
gave up their
disappears
licenses
like that. And
to
we've
work
watched
for
it
Goliath.
Yeah.
And we don't
plenty
even,
of times with people we know.
Yeah, close friends we've seen. So again, that is why as directors, and we'll go over the new titles and things there, but the roles that you guys hold are critical, and this is why each one of you and your accountability is critically important. You can sink the entire ship. So it's like, we've kind of...
As Susie just said in the chat room, the ship is sunk. And it's absolutely crazy because absolutely nuts what they're about to say here. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. I'm not qualified professional in any means, but they are telling everyone they are partners of Goliath Ventures. They are partners with absolutely no control over the company whatsoever. They had no administrative powers to pay people or do anything. The only thing they were able to do was receive money from Goliath Ventures into their companies and then pay the downline of their downlines. And that is why these guys, the new court case that we went through a couple of days ago is really, really good, because the people that helped them do those contracts for the partners had set up a bogus framework for a company providing securities.
I've been playing with house money up to this point and hope everything works. Now that we're putting things out there, Goliath is very in the forefront because of Goliath's prominence and their ability to lead in this industry. They absolutely have a target. You guys have a target on your back. Like you're the ones people would come for. So it's critically important that everyone adheres to the same standards so that we know, hey, the message we're preaching is all the same and we're all holding to these standards. And if there's violations there, then we have to address it, right? And it's not us. It's our whole goal is Black Block, and Pierce says this all the time, it's to protect the entire entity. We can't allow one person to bring down the whole ship. So that really is the key of what all this kind of comes from.
I want to be clear. We don't want to attack anybody.
Sure.
Because you don't have clear rules and guidance to play in. It's Chris coming to us and saying, what should I do to be prepared for what could come? And that's why we're putting all this in place. It's very proactive, which beats the heck out of reactive. But Coming up next, enhanced communication. Yay.
Key piece of this. So with this, it's like, well, what does that look like? One of the big pieces that we thought is we need direct lines of communication between Goliath and Black Block. And just to give you guys a quick aside here, Black Block's...
Sorry, I got to go back to that one. So what have we got? We've got enhanced communication, direct lines of collaboration, establishing direct lines between Goliath and Black Block. So I did hear a funny thing, which I don't believe is right, but Nick was using Black Block or Wealth MD to filter funds out of Goliath Ventures, what eventually made Goliath Ventures fall over. But that's not quite true because Ponzi schemes don't exist. Streamlining partner inquiries, enabling rapid issue resolution. Okay, there we go.
Black Block. And just to give you guys a quick aside here, Black Block's entire mission is to...
Okay, so what have we got here? A structural evolution, transforming from EBs to Director of Partners Services, DPSs, Limited Liability Companies, LLC, for all DPSs. So a DPS is the Director of Partner Services, is that right? The new Managed Service Agreement, MSA structure. So this is really amazing. So here they are telling everyone they're going from executive partners, I believe it was partners, to partner services. I don't know. So basically what they're telling people is they're now just renaming them, and they're all part of the corporate structure now, something like that.
Equip you as directors, currently called EPs, to service partners. We do not service partners directly. We equip you to service your partners. And so what that means is then you have to reach out to Black Block when you have issues, when you have problems. But we want to have a clear line of communication. So we have an entire team. There's a large team. Only a few of us are here today. We have a very large team. One of that is we have a couple of people dedicated to you guys full-time that are literally full-time employees of Black Block.
Who are they?
So there's a line where you have a question, you call them, they will answer that question.
Okay. We're going to use...
So if you ever work for Black Block, not Black Rock, please let me know. We'd love to know who these invisible people were, a big, large team that were working for Black Block. I'd love to know who these people were. Matt Burke. So Matt Burke, we believe he's going to be arrested and molested, hopefully. That's not very funny, is it? But for his criminal... What is he saying in these videos? Is he backing up everything he's saying? I mean, who is Black Block? And why have they taken their website down? Let's go after them, eh? Because they were set up to help facilitate Goliath Ventures.
Thanks, Mike. As the main point of contact, so that we minimize a bunch of traffic. So for general inquiries, everything can go through Mike. He'll route that to the appropriate people. If there's a reason for us to communicate directly, certainly we'll do that. But it just keeps things clean, puts a lot more on Mike. You're welcome, Mike. What he was asking for.
He wanted more responsibility.
He did. He's begging for it.
That's what we read on your annual review. But that allows us to have one point of contact for you, one point of contact for us. As we get into specific lines like qualified or customer service, we have specific people dedicated to, by qualified I mean retirement accounts that we want to be able to put on. You'll have specific points of contact. The idea is not to have all of your clients calling in, all of the investors calling in, but rather each one of you knows this is who I call when I need this is how this gets resolved. Gives us clean lines of communication and allows us to hit stuff and service you very, very quickly.
And we do have that direct line, so if there's an issue you need help with right now, you can call that direct line.
There's a bad
Just
phone.
to be clear, you guys are Black Block's clients. We work for you. So when you do have issues, that's the clear process. If your partner has an issue, you work for them. And then if you're like, I'm not sure how to answer that, then we work for you and you bring that to us. So we're generally not directly reaching out to partners. You guys are our clients and you guys are coming to us. But there is a direct line when you need it.
All right.
Now the fun stuff.
Now the fun stuff.
Here we go.
Yeah. Structural changes that are coming in. The first one, you've heard us say a couple times, working with attorneys and Chris, we've come up with Director of Partner Services for each one of you. No longer executive partners.
You made it to directors. Congratulations.
Yeah, round
Good
of
job,
applause.
guys. You did it.
And
We did it.
And
we
none
did
of-
it.
Business card.
None of those guys in the room are corporates. None of those guys in the room would have actually known what that actually meant. And this is how stupid it is. You've got an investment company like this giving people a corporate tag or a name tag. That's all it was. And they wouldn't even have the flying razoo what that was.
Cards to follow.
And it's freaking funny. I didn't
With
even know whether to clap.
that's the easy one. It's just a title change.
Yeah.
Some of the big changes are, which is to protect you and protect the company, establishing each director will establish their own LLC to do business with Goliath. So instead of individuals, you'll have a company.
So that means everybody that was on the website of Goliath Ventures that was called a partner have got their own LLC companies set up. And the purpose of those LLC companies, well, listen to this.
Creates a legal barrier. It's a limited liability company, which is good. The other thing that it does is it creates a clean way for you to be paid by Chris to serve your clients.
So when they were talking about MSB licenses, every single one of those companies, in my opinion, would have had to set up their own MSB license to handle the money. It's ridiculous. This whole thing was ridiculous. And we've been yelling. We had this video about on the, I think, 3rd or 4th of September. We watched this video for the first time. September is when we started yelling at everyone saying how stupid this company was.
Yeah.
Which are ultimately Goliath's clients, right? In servicing them in this structure, it sidesteps a bunch of regulatory stuff that de facto turns Goliath into a fund. Goliath is not a fund, so we want to avoid that language.
Even though it's in their terms and conditions.
But if you say you're a fund and you get paid like you're a fund, when someone knocks on the door, they're going to go, it's definitely a fund.
Yeah.
And it opens up a whole host of worries for all of us from a regulatory standpoint. So we do not want that.
The LLC protects you guys as well.
Yep.
Honestly.
And just to clarify, what was the correct word instead of fund?
Oh, so, okay, yeah. Joint venture private fund is what, when someone says, what is Goliath? It is a joint venture private fund. That is actually what it is called. Yes. Joint venture private fund. So
It's not
you can't say
standalone
investment.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't say investment.
Can't say investment, but all through their whole terms and conditions. So this lawsuit here, which was filed against the company that theoretically had set up their contracts. And no doubt when they talked about how Christopher paid a lot of money to have that set up, I'm assuming that this company was given a lot of money to come up with a miracle contract. And now this company here is going to be sued because of the shit contract that they wrote up. And if you go through this, we've actually put this whole lawsuit into a blog for you. So you can come along to my website, click on 328 million Goliath Ventures lawsuit explained and what it means for victims, promoters, and partners. So these individuals are basically in deep shit because they are partners. And if you are an investor, you really want to read this blog, or you can go watch the video if you like. But it was brilliant. Now watching back, this is actually like a grand finale. So let's carry on.
You can't say investment fund, hedge fund, joint venture private fund. Yeah, that is the exact language when someone asks. We always want to make sure that's how you describe it, joint venture private fund. Yep.
And with that, you get, and this will be rolled out in the next 2 weeks, is the new managed service agreements that each one of you and your companies will have with Goliath. In that way, under that contract, the MSA, you have the ability to be paid to service those clients for Goliath instead of Goliath having to do it all themselves. That creates the firm legal structure around you getting paid as a service fee versus getting paid a commission. And that's a big piece.
Okay, so right there, we've now found out that all these guys were previously getting paid commissions for signing up people for Goliath Ventures. So if you're sitting here thinking that these partners were just victims because they had their family members, so these people here are victims because they wouldn't have known that it was a Ponzi scheme or a scam, because why would they have their family lose money in this? So a lot of these guys invested their friends and family, and now everyone's lost out and they're saying they're in the same boat. So these guys were obviously receiving commissions up to this date. Now they're receiving funds. Let's have a look.
Of legal, but the attorneys have signed off.
Yeah, attorneys. And so what that means, I don't know who does or doesn't. Funds will not flow through you directly anymore. Funds will flow, partner funds flow through Goliath. You can't touch money. When you touch money, Goliath can touch money because they can do it as it's a primary function of or necessary function of their primary business.
Yep.
You cannot, because if you touch funds, it's actually your primary business, which makes you a money transmission service. That's not okay. So we had to come up with this new structure. You will still be responsible for giving the spreadsheet to Nadia and Chris each month. You have to tell them who gets what. That's part of your MSA agreement. And then you're responsible. You'll have your own line item, so it'll be, MC Enterprise gets, $200,000 this month with the other partners. Like, there's a number that you get paid. WealthMD will do the same, but no money will flow directly into your company. It'll flow directly out from Goliath, back and forth from Goliath. Mike, you had a question?
What's the company for then?
No, we should have that because you guys all have to have your LLC set up and your MSA set up, and we have to get with Chris on the timeline.
MSA.
Realistically, April's the earliest that we could do it.
What's
30
MSA?
days. We want your LLC set up by the end of March, so we can do the MSAs. David?
There are different types of LLC. Is there a specific one?
No, you could pick. My personal subchapter S gives you the best tax benefit, but we don't care. Yeah, I would tax it as subchapter S. Single member LLC. I'm not a tax professional, not a legal advisor, but that's what I would do if I were you. I always have to give them disclaimers.
So I have right now where I put like my personal stuff, C Corp set up. So you would recommend not utilize that, like use it for my personal stuff and now set up like a maybe.
Correct.
Yes.
The LLC, David, gives you a significantly higher amount of protection. With what you're dealing with in financial, you want an LLC. And don't own other stuff in the LLC. This is an LLC for your MSA with Goliath. Because what you do, if you own other stuff in it, you've opened all of those assets to litigation.
Yep.
So that's my 2 cents. I'm not an attorney, but that's what I would do if I were you. Yeah.
Litigation.
Sure.
It's quite neat that they're preparing themselves for
We're no
litigation
longer
at the
receiving
stage.
funds that goes through Goliath.
Market service.
Partner funds.
Partner funds.
Correct.
Okay, so if so like the way it works right now, somebody's taking a 5K distribution this month, that gets sent to me, it gets sent to my decentralized wallet, I send that to them. So nothing goes to any sort of LLC or corp. So is that 5K now being sent to them from Goliath?
That will have to, money has to flow in and out through Goliath, correct. The only money that flows to your LLC is your money that you get paid from your MSA, whatever your percentage is for, DP Enterprises or whatever that looks like. Yeah.
So we heard, So we heard that Tomo was getting paid $500,000.
Any other questions on that?
You guys are aware that we have Canadians.
We are.
That's you guys. Last slide. We want to just participate in the entire world.
Yeah. Canada's a whole nother fun ball of wax. And so, because they have their own financial system, we are still figuring out exactly how we have to figure out. So the short of it right now, they still will go through KYC and AML. We're figuring out, and we'll follow the same distribution pattern, but likely there will have to be a different agreement because our JV isn't even Canadian. It doesn't recognize it's US. So it's not even correctly drawn up for that country. So there's some issues there that we have to address. But it is on the top of list radar, yes.
It's actively being worked on.
It's being worked on by Alston Bird. Oh, sorry, yes, Nick.
Well, I was thinking because the internet is Canada, anything else international as well, when we're dealing with international clients, is that the same?
Canada's the weirdest one. Like UAE, we have a lot of UAE people, those are fine. Yeah, Canada's a weird bird.
UAE people?
Yeah, Canada's a weird bird. Nick?
For the client pay on wallets, where we with that, or what's our plan as far as not being fully in transmission of wallet to wallet?
I know. We're still figuring that piece out. I've got to get with Chris and Nadia to figure that, because that would be Chris.
A bookkeeper.
We have a way internally with BlackBlock that we can assist, because we're going to have to assist with that. So we will still do it, but it will have to on some level come from BlackBlock. I'm sorry, from Goliath. If it comes from any other entity, we're a money transmission service. They're the only ones that are allowed to do it legally.
But even it being decentralized.
Even decentralized, because once the book gets opened, you know how that is. It's like once they come in, and it could be something stupid like an IRS audit that opens the book on that. It literally could be that dumb, which is not out of the realm of possibility.
Did you guys decide if we're sticking with just USDC or wires, or is it can still be a hybrid of both, or like when it comes from Goliath?
Yeah, that's what we're talking. So you can still do the wallet to wallet. We're still figuring out though the functional piece of that implementation. It's way easier to do wires, to be perfectly honest. You know, fiat is way easier than crypto, but obviously a lot of people are in crypto, so we got to figure that piece out. Yes, sir.
I feel like a lot of times people's like input with the crypto side, obviously, like this, the whole thing with taxes. I feel like the whole part of going compliant, right, is that last step of paying taxes, like in the business world, like that's on the individual, right? Like companies already have that protection. So if we're sending it out, it's the same thing, right? Like Goliath is going to document whether it's a wire or crypto, it's documented, and then that's up to that individual to do whatever they want.
Goliath will
100%.
produce 1099s, which BlackBlock will assist in at the end of the year, 100%. Whether what they do with it, we don't care. But on their end, they're covered.
So the 1099 for 2025 will include crypto?
Yes.
Exactly.
It'll be a 1099B. We have vetted that multiple times. We can get into that further on a offline conversation, but yeah, it will be a 1099. Yeah. And again,
it means you're making money.
And if something's not taxed, that's a red flag. Like that adds, again, legitimacy to what we're doing. That adds legitimacy to what we're doing, because any investment, anything that you put money into and it grows, it's going to be taxed on some. That's just, we all know this. So, and you tell people, oh, I don't want to pay. Well, okay, can you earn 50% somewhere else? Show me where you can earn a similar amount, and then we'll have it. And even if you do, your 5% yearly CD, you get taxed on that. So that's just a piece of it. But yeah, so MSAs from Director of Partner Services to Goliath, new JV agreements will begin rolling out next week, on Monday.
Yeah, and we know you get a lot of tax questions in the field. It's just defer.
Absolutely.
None of us are tax advisors. Everybody I talk to in the CPA world has a different opinion, including the retained value inside the JV itself. There's a lot of speculation. There is no clear ruling right now. So.
And to note on that too, it's not Nadia's job to give tax advice. So you cannot be sending your people over to Nadia.
I'm always going to tell you to talk to your tax advisor.
Yeah.
That's right. She knows the disclaimer.
Yeah.
Talk to your, and that's what you say too. Like there's questions that we know the answer to because we've done it for 20 years.
Yep.
But I will say an answer, and I will always say, you have to consult your tax advisor. I am not a tax advisor. I will disclaim it every single time. So even if I know 100% what the answer is, I will never, because you don't want to take that liability on.
Taxes is different than the way their tax advisor.
Exactly. To Pierce's point, every CPA is different.
Yep. Yeah. And then there's Canada.
No,
their account, yeah.
Their account.
Yeah, just like how every attorney has a different opinion on operations and legal docs, every CPA and tax advisor is going to have a different way of what they're comfortable structuring it out. So you're going to get some tax advice that's going to say X, it's going to benefit you more. You're going to have some tax advice that's going to say X, it's going to benefit the government more.
And I'm going to tell them we'll take a break.
However their tax person feels most comfortable claiming it and filing it. It's not a one ruling, this is the standard. Every person's going to have their own opinion. That's why they need to talk to their own people.
Yep, exactly.
Mike? Sorry, Poon. I didn't know whose hand. Yes.
I'll go. Just going back to the way that funds will be distributed to clients, I'm not sure if it's like a concern or a problem because more work for the company, but let's say that was. In order to simplify things, wouldn't it be possible to create new wallets that are Goliath-owned wallets, even if, let's say, I operate the wallet and sent it out to the clients, but if that wallet is only used for funds to be sent out to clients only, nothing for my own personal use.
When a
Could that
guy
not
still
still be
going on
claimed
about
as like a
30
Goliath-owned
dollars.
wallet, and then it kind of simplifies the work on behalf of Goliath rather than?
That's a good thought, and theoretically, yes, that could work, and we may have thought about that. That's a very good thought that we have potentially thought about.
However, even though we're our own entity, would that be a problem?
What's that?
If I use that wallet, but I'm 21 Ventures or
It could, no, it would be a Goliath-owned wallet. It'd be a Goliath.
Oh, 21 Ventures. We are getting tips.
Correct.
That's Nick talking.
$500,000 in here, go disperse it.
Correct. That's how, and that can be included in the MSA, correct? So you're doing that on behalf of Goliath, not on behalf of 21. What was your question, Poon?
Oh, all these
You guys had
missing
mentioned that
pixels with the pixel
1099 was
puzzle.
given in 2025 or whatever it was. Is that for wires or is that, if that's for crypto, then do they also get a 1099 from Coinbase and they're taking it into Coinbase as well?
So if they, and if they do, they would offset each other. So yeah, so even if they have two, they would offset. So it'd
So
be
you
up to their
think these
CPA to
guys
know,
are-
but yes, you don't pay double taxes.
Right.
So even if like we got Coinbase 1099s, but if you already claim it over here, then your CPA disallows one of those is essentially what happens. Not a tax advisor, but that's what I think they do.
1099s don't show money movement.
It is. It's you only get a 1099. You can get a 1099 if you made money on it. That's what.
Yeah.
So there's two versions. There's a record of deposit, which is what Nadia's talking about, where money came in, and then there's a I traded crypto and made money, which is 1099. That 1099 you're still on the hook for because you made money, but a record of deposit is different. But you still want to include that in your tax filing because Coinbase lets people know Puneet brought in $2 million in his Coinbase account. So the IRS wants to make sure you're showing that somewhere. So, but you can offset those. Yeah, that's good questions.
But if you stay compounding for a year, or you only take 2 distributions to get decentralized, you're still going to get some type of 1099?
So
Only on distributions.
Only on distributions because, and if you roll over 13 months, that does, not tax advisors, that falls into long-term capital gain. So if someone were to roll for 13 months, then you fall into a long-term capital gain versus short-term, which is a significant difference. Then you could theoretically start your distributions monthly because you're always taking the 13th month. You know what I'm saying?
Not a tax advisor.
It's a huge difference. Yeah, not tax advisors. We've heard. I know.
And swipe.
It's like, but yes, there are ways. So offline, we can talk more about those questions. But yes, there are ways to do it. Is the short answer.
Lots to talk to your accountants about.
Yeah. So we have 2 more really important slides that we want to get through, and then we'll take a break. But these are very, very critical, and you're going to have probably questions on these. The first is our new investor and partner standards, and the next is qualified funds. That we intentionally close this session out with this. So lock in, stay with us. So what we are saying here is the new account minimum for JV contracts is $100,000. What Chris has decided is existing partners who are under the $100,000 minimum will have 90 days to meet the minimum standard.
That was a dilemma for a lot
So
of
they'll
people.
get a notice that they're under the threshold and they have 90 days to bring themselves up to that. The second piece,
That was crazy.
and these are not black bloc rules, by the way. These aren't Chris rules. Everyone does have to be an accredited investor. What that means is, to be clear, like I've heard different interpretations, it's not $1 million in Goliath. It is a net worth. Take everything that you own and put it together. That's your net worth.
Except for your
house. Is it $1 million? Yeah, except for your house, primary resident. So if you own a second house. And then do you make more than $200,000 individually or $200,000 as head of household? 300,000 as head of household, meaning married, filing jointly. Now, how do we know if they are accredited or not? In the new KYC link that you'll send out to people when they onboard, they have to fill out an attestation. Yes, I'm an accredited investor. It lays out what it is.
And then they say
they have
it didn't
to
need to
answer
be
to that
verified.
question. If someone answers no to that question, it will be what's called a NIGO, not in good order. We can't onboard them. So this is from the attorney side. This is not, again, this isn't like we're not trying to prevent business. We want everyone to be able to invest, to partner with Goliath. But the reality is this is one that's a pretty big sticking point.
Yeah, the legal precedent stands. We are in a complicated enough financial
An
instrument
illegal company trying to
that
be legal.
if somebody is not considered an accredited investor or sophisticated investor is a language they use outside the U.S., then they have no business trying to figure this out and understand it. They may be the smartest person in the room. It does not change the fact that from a legal standpoint, that's the rule, to stay compliant and to not run the risk of, in other words, if somebody complains and they're an accredited investor, the SEC, FINRA, the governing bodies go, oh, you're an accredited investor. Well, tough nuts. Even if they lose everything. You knew better, you're an accredited investor, you should be smart enough to figure it out on your own.
Tough nuts, everybody.
If they are under that threshold and we knowingly let them in, then when they complain, they go, come on, how would this guy have any idea to be able to properly vet what you guys are doing? If he lost everything, that's your fault, not the investors. That's the difference. It's where does the liability lie? So
there's another key point. The insurance that Goliath has in force covers accredited investors.
Yep.
We had to answer that question. Are you only dealing with accredited investors? Yes. So that whole insurance thing is null and void if we're not dealing with accredited investors. So again, there's like multiple pieces. We have circled the wagons time and time and time again to figure out, hey, can we get around this? Can we pool people to become like we've literally, any question you can think of, we've asked, because that's the one that we're like, gosh, how do we figure this out? And we cannot get it.
So what they're basically saying, everything up to this date and any other date that they've been trying to do wasn't legal. From this video, that's why we watched it. And every single thing they've been doing is illegal. And now they're trying to make a legal company out of an illegal company and try to wipe their past. It's like we've robbed a bank, we've stolen a whole lot of money. Now we want to be legally able to steal money from a bank. And that's how ridiculous this whole video was at the time.
Like there's just no way for us to get around it. We have tried everything that you can think of. Piers and I have racked our brains with the attorneys to come out. Like we've been peppering them like, hey, can we do this? Can we do that? Like every time we had an idea, well, let's see. And it just didn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah, you may not pool investors to become an accredited investor.
Just for the purpose of becoming accredited, we
like
asked.
Put them into an LLC and just, oh, the LLC is accredited, we're fine. That is actually breaking the law at that point.
Yeah, it's fraudulent.
So I reckon the lawyers that have set up this contract probably set up a legitimate contract, but it was never implemented. Just putting it out there for my 2 cents worth. I'm no lawyer, but let's figure that out. So the company that they're accusing of providing the contract didn't actually have the contract implemented before the company got to this stage. Maybe that's going to be the lawyer's saving grace.
Is just a general violation that'll get you in trouble. That's breaking the law.
Hold on, Mike. Puneet, what was your question?
Yeah, and I think we spoke about it, but just so everyone can hear, you can't have custodial accounts. Is that correct?
Custodial accounts for minors, correct. You cannot own an account. We do not do UTMA accounts under trust for minors. So you can own an account and you can earmark it for your kiddo if you'd like to do it that way, but you can't actually have their name on the account unless they're 18. That's a good question. Mike?
So we're going to be going back to all existing partners to verify that they are accredited investors?
So will we be verifying existing partners is the question. That's a good question. When we send out the new KYC AML link that they fill out, they will have to fill out that attestation. So there's a box that you check that says, I am attesting to, I meet the standard for accredited investor. So it will go out to existing. When we get to your book of business, then they'll go out.
And real quick.
If they lie and say yes?
I'm not we're not vetting them. So I'm not, at this point, we're not following up. I'm not going to make them send in a PFS, a personal financial statement. If they go from no to yes, we will make them send in a PFS.
And, it's obviously not good, but what happens if 30% of the funds in the company come from people who aren't accredited investors?
They don't. We've looked. Yeah, they don't.
You're saying 30% don't?
No. No.
Less or more?
Well, no, it's much less. Yeah, we looked. We did look. No, it doesn't. It does. It actually affects a very small percentage.
It's our guess from the profile.
We can get close, and that's even just based off. A lot of people satisfy accredited almost just by their balance, by their partner balance. So it's actually a very small percentage.
But to clarify, that moving forward, of course, you need to be accredited, but for the customers, the clients that are already in, they're going to get a form. They'll have to fill it out. If they're a trustworthy person and they know they're not an accredited investor, and they're basically just saying, "Hey, I got to get my money back." That's what they're.
That's essentially what they're saying. Correct.
If they do choose to say whatever they choose to say, they'll obviously just be staying in, and if they're under 100, they have 90 days.
They have to bring it up. Correct. That's all correct.
It's a legal protection. If someone lies and says that they're a accredited investor and that they're not, we've already crossed the T's, dotted the I's. That's on them.
Correct.
If they lose their money, we go back to the courts and say they said they're an accredited investor. We've done our due diligence. They lied to us. The liability falls on them.
100%. So you always just think of it like this. If you're ever in a deposition, you want to always be able to say, "Hey, did Mike tell you to answer that question? Yes." You know, like you want to be able to make sure, "Hey, I didn't tell him to answer that question." Yes. But if they lie on the form, we're not policing the form. The question is there. It's worded by the attorney. They said make sure they answer it. That's literally the whole conversation.
But as long as we're talking about it.
And for people who are retired, is that the same concept with the accredited investing? Is there different criteria for retired people?
That's a good question, but it is the same. It is the same for retirees. Net worth is where they would likely hit it.
Income would include.
Net worth over $1 million. You don't have that both.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, got it.
Income would include invested asset earnings. Okay. So if somebody's not employed, but they have earnings from their investments that meets or exceeds that threshold.
No, it's not both and. It's either or. Either or. Yes,
yeah.
Benny.
So you guys will just wire back the money in the 90 days if they don't meet the threshold?
At the end of the 90 days.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
You guys will let us know. And
we would let them know because you would send out a letter. We would send a letter out on your behalf that says, "Hey, your account is currently under X balance. You have until whatever date it is to bring your balance up to." My suspicion, it's going to bring in probably a lot of money because a lot of people who are putting their toe in the water that have the money, they've got 75. And if they have 75 and in the 90 days they compound it and it's at 100, we just need their balance to be at 100,000. We're good with that. It's got to be at 100,000 within that time.
Do we know when that 90-day period is going to start?
Great question. March 1st.
Is that when communication is going up?
Because we were talking about that the other day. Unless Chris has an issue with that, March 1st is the date we'll use. So tentatively pencil in March 1st, but we will confirm that with him. What's that? Start on March 1st, 90 days from March 1st. Yeah.
June 1st.
Communication is going to come from Goliath and Blackbug. You guys do not need to reach out.
Correct. You do not have to say, because it will be official communication. We want it worded a certain way. And the way that we have it worded, it's not only legal approved, but it's also very nicely, it's said in a very nice way. So it's the way that you would want it said. It's worded from a sales standpoint too.
Looking at that, Matt, and we talked about this last week, but looking at that, as soon as that memo goes out, we're all getting hit with questions.
Oh, for sure. Yes, for sure.
So,
absolutely.
So you understand how that's going to happen, and we'll get to this. We're not just doing everything all at once, 700 and some investors. No. Everyone's going to be on a schedule so that WealthMD goes first, 25 clients a day. Then I believe Nick is second, 25 a day. You will know well in advance, and we'll go through the schedule. Yeah.
You're not going to pummel us with everyone.
So it might be more than 90 days for some partners.
It could theoretically be longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could. Correct. It's because it's 90 days. Just to be clear, I say March 1st. It's 90 days from when they get the letter, just so we're on the same page.
Right.
From the day that letter goes out to them, it'll be 90 days from that date exact.
Okay. Is it emailed or physically sent?
It'll be physically sent and emailed.
Okay.
It'll be both.
Okay.
When they're checking that accredited investor box
Uh-huh.
on the form, is that applicable to their jurisdiction where they live? Or is that applicable to the U.S.?
It's kind of the same verbiage over as your credit investor anywhere in the world with this.
It's the same requirement. So as Pierre said, they call it sophisticated investor in other countries, but it's the same numbers, correct? Goliath is a U.S. company, so we have to use U.S. terminology and rules, but it's the same numbers. Yeah, so if you live in Europe, if you live in the UAE.
Even our BVI fund.
BVI.
It's the same.
BVI fund uses the exact same thing, yeah. And now that's even, they do have to provide information on that because that is an actual registered fund. Yeah, you have to have a signed letter.
To vouch that they are an accredited investor.
Yeah, CPA, attorney, or financial advisor. You have to have it signed if it's a registered. Goliath is private, so we're not doing that. But for our insurance to pay out, we have to be able to show that we've reasonably attempted to verify people are accredited. That's kind of like the thing that we are going to be on the hook for as Black Block. Did you guys reasonably attempt to verify accredited investor status? And we could say, yes, we have this. They attested to it. They knew it was an attestation. That's what we have. And so that satisfies our insurance requirements.
And there's one other piece, and we keep throwing around the acronyms KYC and AML, but they stand for Know Your Customer, meaning you've done your due diligence, you know who this person is, you trust that you know who they are. AML is anti-money laundering. But what we're talking about here is KYC. This is Know Your Customer 101. If you're like, oh crap, there is no way that Tommy is an accredited investor, and that form comes back checked, yes, I'm an accredited investor, and you're like, dude, I know Tommy's not accredited. That dude doesn't have anything. You are in a very slippery area there where if you think someone lied on an attestation, they need to go. We can request a personal financial statement that their accountant has signed off on, and they can go, no, bro, and you don't have to see it, right? As come discreetly to us. We see that, we go, okay, we appreciate your concern. He's good, he's truly an accredited investor.
Yeah,
no personal information is shared. But that's knowing your customer, and that's the basis of that. Because if you ever do get pulled into a depot and somebody's like, I don't know, did you think he was? And you're like, no, but did you know that he had checked the box that he was? Well, yeah, I guess so. Like, that's on you, and that is not going to end well. That is why if you think someone's lying, you got to flag them, bring them to First Goliath's attention, let them bring them to us, and we will do what needs to be done.
We can vet it out from there, yeah.
We want a clean pool. Like, we want a clean pool of investors that are honest, diligent, careful. Again, we're all in this boat together.
If it's an LLC, do you need an attestation from every member of the LLC?
Anyone with more than 20% ownership, or 20% or more, they're called controlling interests.
Yeah.
So if anyone has an LLC, that's part of the due diligence process where you go, hey, who are your controlling partners in this LLC? Oh, I'm a sole member. Cool. Then that's a pass-through. It's just you. You can attest to it.
Isn't that a pool?
It is, but as long as they didn't create it for the exclusive purpose of becoming an accredited investor, it's fine.
You said that just like an attorney.
We talk about it a lot. Yeah. We've been. That's okay. Yeah. LLC is great. We love LLCs. Okay. LLCs are awesome. We love them actually more.
Do they have to be an individual or?
No, they could be either, but we love LLCs. Okay. They're actually better for the JV side. We'd love everyone to be LLCs, truthfully.
As long as they weren't set up for investment pooling purposes, then that is considered a fund and that is breaking the law.
Yeah, if you're trying to pool your resources, that's where it comes in. But yeah, LLC is great.
Going forward, if you have 4 people at 50 grand each, is that breaking the law?
No. It's what the deal is because now that LLC is big enough to come in, which is fine. They can't they can't form an investment pool exclusively to become accredited. That's the issue, not the amount of money or anything else. So as long as they're accredited, it's irrelevant. They can form a fund and invest in Goliath. They can't do it to try and bypass the accreditation rules. That's where the caveat comes in. Does that make sense?
If there's 4 people in it, do each of them have to meet the
yes.
If they're over 20%, as Pierre said.
Anyone with more than 20% ownership.
20%.
20%.
Either or, Jay, it's $1 million net worth, or they've had an income for less.
Or. Yeah, you don't have to meet both. That is an either or. Yeah, it's not a both and. Income or net worth. Yeah, we would probably need to add the word or, because that is an either or. You do not have to be both of those. Absolutely. Yeah, we knew there'd be a lot of questions on this one. Any other questions on those? Mm-hmm.
I got a question and concern. Question being, I mean, 2 years in my house, I don't have a combined income over 200. I don't have assets of $100 million. I can take that.
Not 100 million. I'm in. 100 million. That would be a very high standard. Yikes. It's like, okay, that's a lot. Okay, but the actual question.
So yeah, I don't have a net worth of $1 million, 2 years consecutive in my house. There wasn't a combined income of 200. That's what we're right now. So my house.
We'll meet with you and look at one off. We can get together one-on-one. We'll figure it out.
All right. And concern portion I have on it, I know one huge aspect, at least with the few partners that I have, is that I think with putting this, I understand with the 90-day limit to come up to the $100,000. I get that. But now you're adding this other accredited requirement to it. I have a number of people that I know most likely don't meet that. These are people that put trust in us before fidelity was ever questioned. They trusted me, they trusted Chris, they trusted what we were doing. They were at the Christmas party when we announced this, and now it's just not you guys. Thank you for the ride. We understand that you were looking at this as an outway to get out of your job to pursue another passion, but you can't do that anymore. I just think it's a big slap in the face to the littler people.
Sure. I don't disagree with you at all. We can have, let's sit down and have a longer conversation one-on-one. I don't disagree with you because I think there's some things we can discuss.
We're going to roll it out with obviously who we know is good to go and our high dollar people. We're going to segregate out and meet with each individual director for their people, and we'll figure something out. Some people will be removed, some people will figure a solution for. But it's not going to be March 1st.
No.
1,500 emails get
Correct. We're not just going to start booting people. And again, this is one of those. It's our. Like if this were something we came up with, I would be like, oh man, well we'll just change it. It's the legality of it. So, and that's I know.
Yeah, I just I got my mom, and if she doesn't have $100,000, and I got friends that have trusted me with this, and
so. Circle back with me one-on-one, David. Okay, because there's a couple things we'll talk about. Yes, I will answer. I have an answer for you for sure.
I think it's probably going to be a similar thing for many people.
Yeah.
Like many of our family members are invested and probably aren't considered accredited investors, right? Even if they meet the minimum balance.
Let me do this because there's a lot of similarities. If it's like a family member or something, circle back with us one-on-one because I do have I have thoughts on that. So
a lot of people have that like $500,000 to $700,000 net worth range, where like they just are just under.
Yeah, just close to it.
Is there anything general you can just, or is it more so that you want us to come talk to you privately, or is there anything you could just disclose because we're kind of all like a lot of people just are curious about that. If not, obviously we'll talk about it.
They're not in this setting. I can't say it publicly. Yeah.
Going back. We're going to segment the list out. We're going to deal with the people that we are 100% good to go. We'll create a list of people who are not, and we'll deal with that separately.
Yeah, that'll take time.
Yes, for sure. So it's not, nobody's getting a kick-out letter tomorrow or March 1st. Alex, what was your question?
Just a question for the new percentage structure. When does that roll out?
Yeah, so that's what we had talked about the last time we talked, Chris. So I think what most people are doing is 1 to 5, 3%, 5 and up 4. So this is the last conversation we had. So Chris and I will confirm this. I'll confirm this with him. This is the structure that we had set up. It's been a little while. So I'll confirm that and we'll have it rolled out for March 1st. We'll have it confirmed with you. I will.
This is going to be the one?
What's that?
You mean as of March 1st, you're going to confirm whether that is what we're going to do?
Yes. Because I want to verify that Chris is on board with that.
Changing the terms way too drastically in such a short amount of time.
People that are at higher percentages come in at the same percentages, though, to be clear. So people that are higher get grandfathered in. So whatever you have already on the books, because I know like that doesn't change. This is for new business coming in.
I think it's more just talking about the verbiage. Is like, oh, people know the verbiage just changed to 3%, 4%, and now it's like 2 months later we're changing it again.
Yeah. This is a proposed. We can keep it how we are.
100%. This is the last piece that we discussed. So Chris may say we're going to keep it at the 3 and 4. We're good with that. Okay. That's totally fine.
And I mean, not a big deal, but obviously, I have daily meetings with people.
Yeah, we're talking 3-4%. Yeah, if we were to roll this out, I'd do 90 days right now.
Yeah, I agree. So I just want to 100%. We don't want to roll out too much. I agree. So there are standards. The whole point of that is there are standards. I guess that's the key takeaway.
Very good.
Yeah.
So just every deal we're working on now, we do not need to mention that. Finish the deal.
Yes, as you're doing 3-4, correct. Absolutely. Let's hit qualified so that we can take a break. So qualified funds, that is an umbrella term that applies to 401ks, IRAs, 403bs, pensions, SEP, simples, Roths, and anything in between. Anything that is considered a qualified plan. We are able to take qualified funds as a result of the insurance that is now in place. Qualified funds are...
that's just major. Now that the insurance is in place, and there was no insurance. Remember they said they can't talk about the insurance? But now they can take qualified funds, meaning they can go after old people's money. That's terrible. I just realized I shared a picture earlier on, and it was linking back to my hard drive. That's the actual picture you want to share. It's in the chat room now. But yeah, that's just disgusting. But in that wee diagram that you found back there, this is Wealth MD. Now, Wealth MD's obviously the website's gone offline now, but they were targeting the people's what do you call it, funds. So I did a video a couple of days ago, and we basically went through and told everyone the structure of Wealth MD, Black Block. We show you how Matt was behind it all. I literally showed you at the start of this video how they have removed, let's go here until we get here. So all these websites were, where is it? They were all basically, I have put them here, but yeah, so here they are. So all the websites are obviously removed now. mywealthmd.com and Black Block. And then when we got to the end, we showed that they were going after these people, which I believe may be actors, but this is what they did.
Nothing about it.
So Wealth MD, they were going after retirement.
I had this person back before, and he went back to years that he set up some of the accounts for me, and for lists too.
And every time I listen to this video, after you watch it 3 or 4 or 5 times like me, you can see that all the words that these guys are saying is too scripted for somebody to actually have a proper testimonial. So I believe the person that filmed these video was, I believe that would be Gary Rice. His video company probably filmed these people. And these people could be paid actors. I don't know. I did actually manage to find a pharmacist at one stage going by the same name, who was retired, same age, same everything. And we think we found him, and he is in our person of interest list, but I have actually emailed him, never got a response. But what I'm getting at, guys, is these guys are just the bottom feeders. Pierce Curry and Matt Burke, they knew what was happening because I've shut down these companies since. And technically speaking, if these companies really were real, then why have they shut these companies down? Meaning they've removed their websites. I'm not sure about the legal state of the companies, but my Black Block, and it's just ridiculous. So I just wanted to put that up.
As a result of the insurance that is now in place, qualified funds are extremely different than the way you onboard money now. So because of that, there's a $250,000 minimum on the qualified funds. However, if they have a non-qualified account, we can combine balances. So if they do have money on the non-qualified, like regular side, yes?
Meaning they have 100,000 non-qualified and they have 150 enough.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Oh, it's 250 total?
Yeah, it's 250 total. 250 total.
You have two Roths at 200 and 200.
That's fine.
Even better.
Yeah, even better. Yeah, but yes.
Oh,
It's a total.
we can
No,
household.
the total with Goliath is 250. The main reason for that, guys, is there is lots of steps that go into qualify. It is a total different bird. We have to employ Madison Trust, and Piers is the master that came up with actually how to do this.
So look, guys, I've had a bit of a not the best personal day today. I've got some stuff going down, but I just wanted to say I think we'll leave it there. That video is actually on my YouTube channel. I put it on today because I really want people to realize that they should really watch that sort of stuff, because it's important that you understand that if you're an investor, because then you can feel like the anger that I get. And when I say anger, like these individuals that were in that meeting are all here. They're all partners. They all set up their own LLC companies. We've got Nadia Bringus, Eric Riedman, Doug Shankman, Gary Rice, Jonathan Manson, Jane Newton, Piers Carey, Mike Burks, Punic Shaw, Eric Clayman. And here they are telling us that they had a company that was set up that gave them a perfect corporate structure. But as I said earlier on, I don't believe that these guys actually ever got that implemented into the company. And if I was to be a gambling man, I bet the lawsuit's going to say, well, if they followed that law, the structure of that company from the outset, they wouldn't have been in the position they've got now. Well, they would still be running a Ponzi scheme or a scam. But yeah, I've had enough for today. I don't know when my next live is. I probably wouldn't mind going through all the media and asking the media a question, why they aren't exposing people like Matt Burks. Why are they letting this guy, Matt Burks, or Punit Shaw, why are they not interviewing these guys? Why is Piers Carey telling when he's a financial regulated advisor? I mean, we've still got people coming into the chat room taunting us because we're exposed to this company. We should be heroes. But all these individuals are now trying to worm away with their assets. It's not just one man behind this. There's Nick, there's Tomo. Tomo's appearing in court in 16 days' time. David Panzak. All these guys were there at the start. Steve Davis, who's been ordered out of this house he's living in because it's owned by Chris on the 26th of March. Alex driving Ferraris. I don't know anything about James. Hunter Smallback used to be a fisherman, and now here he is, a financial advisor telling you what to do with your money. All these people are people that should be investigators. And I'm not saying they won't be. I got told by the head investigator from Homeland Security, and he said that this is just the beginning. So everyone that's got money, who's been taking money from people, that's been receiving commissions, I have been told by lawyers that these guys are going to actually spend the rest of their lives paying back everyone's money. So don't think you're going to get away with it. Hopefully there's going to be some money there that people can get back. I don't really want to. Matthew just mentioned Manson Trust, did he? I'll go back to that then because I'm interested in that then. When did he mention that? And what was that? I'll just go back a wee bit. Let's have a listen. And what's the relevance?
However, if they have a non-qualified account, we can combine balances. So if they do have money on the non-qualified, like regular side, yes?
Meaning they have 100,000 non-qualified and they have 150 in
Correct. Yes, correct.
Oh, it's 250 total?
Yeah, it's 250 total. 250 total.
You have two Roths at 200 and 200.
That's fine.
Even better.
Yeah, even better. Yeah, but yes.
It's
a total.
We can
No,
household.
the total with Goliath is 250. The main reason for that, guys, is there is lots of steps that go into qualify. It is a total different bird. We have to employ Madison Trust, and Piers is the master that came up with actually how to do this.
Okay, so who is Madison Trust? Gain control of your retirement, invest with the best self-direct IRA company. So we did actually, Avengers did mention this at one stage. What have we got? I hope you're tracking the involvement investments with which helped Goliath Ventures get a lot of foreclosure money into the scam. So yeah, so we did have some correspondence. So I'm just looking at that correspondence at the moment, just to see what we did have in live on that. Right. So interesting enough, we did actually have correspondence with the head investigator because I was wondering who the name was there. Hope you're tracking the involvement of
Fidelity Investments.
Fidelity Investments with Goliath website as well as Madison Trust, which helped Goliath Ventures get a lot of 401k money into the scam. So originally, who was that from? You said that to, oh, thank you for your message. Hold it. Just having a look at something here while we're there, but yeah, I don't quite understand that, but obviously it's a name that's come up twice. Just think we actually had a massive, yeah, so no, it's quite good. Oh, good on you for picking that up. I wonder who's listening here. But anyway, so this company here was theoretically helping, teaching people how to hand over their 401k. And what is the Medicine Trust? So I didn't follow everything. I have a team of Avengers that help me with a lot of this stuff. What are they doing? And this is a legitimate company, I assume. That I don't know. Oh, we'll just listen to a wee bit more,
But because of that, WealthMD is the one who is handling all qualified funds, because you get into what's called ERISA. And ERISA is essentially the regulations that you have to follow when you touch qualified money. And our 20 years each, that's all we did was deal with ERISA. If you do something incorrect on ERISA, back to the whole ship, it can bring down the whole ship. Now you have an ERISA inquiry and we have a huge problem. So any type of qualified dollars, those are the funds, back to Mike's question, which we have information for you. If someone's onboarding qualified, I'm currently handling those questions. So if you're like, hey, I need to talk to someone, like someone has a 401k, multiple people in the room are already moving qualified dollars in. You don't have to do anything other than say, hey, they have a 401k or an IRA, whatever it is. You have to speak with Matt. Like basically when you find out that someone has qualified dollars, you want to pass that over. And good news, WealthMD handles everything top to bottom for you and splits the override with you. It's very simple. You obviously have to get paid to do that work.
Probably not lying.
But just also to give you an idea,
but not
it does take about 4 to 6 weeks for this process, because you have to go get the money from the financial institution. We have to set up a new LLC. It's actually a self-directed IRA, LLC. We have to set up a bank account. We have to establish an account with Madison Trust. Like there's like 9 different steps that we have to do. We have one employee, Kristen, that you'll get her contact. Her full-time job is qualified money only. That's all she does, is handle qualified money. So whenever there's a qualified question, it'll route straight to Kristen. Penny?
Do you know, and you might not know this, but do they get penalized for moving money from a qualified fund into?
No, that's why we're doing it this way. So there's no penalty and it stays tax-free.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you do take your money out of a retirement fund and put it into another fund, often there's a 30% loss or something. So I've been told. And also you have to pay tax as well. But obviously they thought they had something special here.
Which also means that the growth, the growth inside
Correct.
qualified accounts never gets taxed until they take a distribution.
Correct.
I would say on those accounts, so there is no payouts, it's only compound.
Correct. If you take a payout, it would be considered an early pre-59.5 distribution. 10% penalty and taxes is what we would assume. Steve?
And to kind of follow up with that too, is after if we have people that are 60 years of age and do the qualified fund, then they're not going to be hit with those penalties.
They're just pay ordinary income tax.
Non-qualified fund. You could take a monthly distribution.
You could do the same distribution as anything else. Absolutely. Yeah. And Also, the interest rates apply to all accounts. So if they have 250 non-qualified and 250 qualified, that's 500. So they get the benefit of the higher percentage. Just as you don't get penalized because one's qualified and one's not qualified. So whatever that percentage is, the total balance, they'll get that paid out across the board.
I guess now going forward, speaking with new partners, potential partners, we should be trying to confirm from the beginning that they're qualified investors. Otherwise, there's no point.
Accredited.
Accredited.
Sorry, accredited investors. Otherwise, there's no point of even talking to them.
Accredited, yes.
Correct.
You should qualify. Yes, qualify that. Yeah, that's key.
My lead list just dropped down 99%.
I know we talked about a discovery packet of some sort, like with our training material. What's the ETA on that? Is that something that we're looking at? Because this is good stuff that can be a part of that.
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, part of it's going to be online that you'll have access. Yeah, we actually have training modules that are going live when, I don't know what the date is.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
It's in the next section.
We're going to cover that. So, but yes, we will have that. Steve?
You just said something that makes me go back to your previous slide with the tiered system. I know that's kind of still up in the air, but you had mentioned if I have a qualified and a non-qualified each at 250, and that's equal at 500 now. Does that mean with this tiered system, once you hit $1 million, you actually jump up to 4% if I'm sitting at 3?
Yes.
Is that how
That's how it would work.
The potential structure is?
Yes, it all counts together.
Cumulative and aggregate.
Yeah.
Because right now, we're currently at a flat 3 or 4%, but we could go to a 2% in the future if we agree on that.
Yes, and then when you hit a milk, correct.
Come in at 2, but now I've got.
You would go up at each level. It also gives you another question to ask because a lot of people have money sitting in old IRAs and old 401ks and like. The reason that we figured this out, it's a $1 trillion market, retirement accounts. It's huge.
My TSP account for the Army, I just got that, $2,500.
There you go. Yeah, sweet. Cool. Oh, man. We're real excited to roll that in for you, Steve. Okay, 2,500 big ones. Okay. Sweet. Calculate the money now.
Not going to hit the minimum.
I know you briefly talked about the percentage breakdown, but I just want to make sure everyone hears that about the split between a qualified fund.
Yes. So on qualified money, yes. Essentially, the way it works is whatever percentage they get paid. The fee over that just gets split between the referring partner or director and WealthMD. That's how it works. WealthMD does all of the work. You're responsible for 0. It's just half and half. You do 0 work. Like literally do nothing on that. Because even the servicing, that's why we have a dedicated person. The servicing's different. Like if someone were to call in and say, I need to take money out of my account, well, it's qualified. We have to make sure that our service person says, hey, there's potential tax and penalty implications if you do this. So there's like a whole different, beneficiaries have to be set up differently on ERISA-sponsored plans. So it's an entirely different flow on that.
Would that partner be technically managed under Blackboard or would it still be under us?
It is managed under, but we will share those files so you can always see it. Yeah. You'll absolutely be able to see all of it. Absolutely. You're the primary contact still, but we'll service that side of it. Exactly. But you'll be able to see it. Yes, 100%.
So this is a huge market right here. It's qualified for
huge.
$1 billion. So I have
huge.
This is retirement systems, investment retirement.
FRS, huge dollars in FRS.
Is this going into effect
Wait.
right now?
Right now, it's available.
Real quick.
Now. Yeah.
Time out.
Right.
Time out. Sit before you don't get too excited. If someone is currently at a job, they have a 401k, thrift savings plan, something like that. That money we can't touch. If they are currently making contributions into a plan, it is not eligible for rollout in service.
There is one.
Get them to retire today.
There's one caveat to that. Some plans allow for in-service distributions. There is a caveat. This is why if someone has a qualified plan, you say, call Matt. I know those questions to ask. And so if there's a way to get the money out, I will get it. FRS does allow in-service distributions. So what that means is they can roll out everything currently, but then their new contributions would still go to FRS, and then you can do another rollout later. But yes. And FRS also has pensions that you can roll out too. So if someone retires, those are big numbers. They go into drop. Boom, you can roll out $500,000 in one whack. Yeah. There's a huge market.
Things that we can.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, and we'll absolutely we'll have a cheat sheet on qualified plans. You want to do because it's it's extremely important how you word things. So very quickly pass those off if you would. Like other than you find out they've got the minimum, and they've got money they want to move. Okay, pass that and let us answer the specific questions. Which you're more than welcome to be on those calls, Jay, because then you know how to answer those questions moving forward too. Mike and I had a call with one of his partners, and so I know you can hear the questions that I'll ask, and that way you kind of get an idea of, okay, what are some of the general questions to find out?
So we get with the client, they go ahead and give us the information that we need, which is typically a summary plan document from their plan. They have to request it. Those go immediately up to our attorneys in the trust company who handles all the sub-steps of making sure it's done right. They are third-party administrators, so they are approved by the Department of Labor to do this kind of work, and it takes all the liability off of us and puts it over onto that side. That's why we're super cautious about how we handle this and why we set it up this way.
Are we going to be allowed to say, not necessarily door knock on a senior citizen's residence, but hold a presentation first?
Yes. In your training, there actually is specific training related to senior citizens because there are certain rules of how you interact.
And this is where it gets
but
disgusting.
could you do a seminar? Yeah, you could do a seminar.
Strongly discourage,
Canada.
elder seminars.
Yeah, elder
Somewhere we're going
seminars.
back
There's
to Canada.
crazy rules on it. Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
No.
it's they're very, very specific. There's like elder abuse laws is kind of what they refer to it as. So you do have to be careful.
Seminar sales.
Yeah.
You can call it.
Any other questions on this before we take a quick break? All right. We'll have more time too for more questions, but the first thing we want to hit in this session, the rollout schedule. Couple different pieces to this. So the first big piece to this is we are going to have updated JV agreements. So the new JV agreements include some updated language that the attorneys have put in. So they've modified a few things here and there. One of the biggest changes that you want to make sure you make people aware of is there will be a 72-hour void clause in it. If they do not fund their contract within 72 hours, the JV agreement voids so that Chris isn't on the hook for some agreement that you guys sent out 8 months ago. They can't send money in. So currently that doesn't exist. So this is why we're going to do new, and we will repaper everyone. BlackBlock will get updated JV agreements every year moving forward on their anniversary. And the reason for that is we want to have a within 12-month statement. Yes, I read, I know what I'm doing. Again, this is all back to, we want to have plenty of check boxes to say everybody who's involved in this knew exactly what they're doing, when they did it, why they did it, and what it's for. That's the big piece on the JV. You want to talk about anything else with that or the DPS?
Yeah, the other major pieces.
The other
on
big
page.
piece, the
They're
DPS. You guys are
fantastic.
DPS, by the way. That's you, Director of Partner Services.
Congratulations, by the way, if we didn't already
Very-
say it.
My director of engineering was DPS, Daniel P. Steele.
Oh. I
So
felt
this
like
is
a
going to be
direct
haunting
piece of
for you.
We're not making that.
We're going to do individualized training. I mentioned that before, but one of the other pieces that's part of that is we're going to have a dedicated training site for you for one or for a specific set of elements. It's a BlackBlock branded site by one of our partners, WebCE, where you'll have an individual login. We can see it. You'll have 10 days once these go out, so chill out. It's not happening tomorrow. When we track your rollout schedule, right? And we're gonna be like, hey man, 10 days before your rollout, we're gonna send you a link. It's gonna allow you to go into the training site for KYC, AML, elder abuse, ethics. We're gonna put you through, everybody gets to do it, regardless of post or position. Literally everyone's gonna do it. Everyone in our company does it, right down to the janitor. Straight up because of the work that we do, we want to make sure that everyone is certified and says, hey, I've been trained, I've got the certificate, I know what I'm doing. It clears us, it clears you if anything ever comes up. So that will be coming out 10 days prior to your rollout for your individual books. Buckle up, Nick. Because I'm pretty sure we're day 10 before that happens, so surprise. Again, when we run clients through this system as part of the new JV contracts that are going out to them, they're going to do the KYC, AML, OFAC So you understand what these are. KYC, know your customer. It's a biometric scan, driver's license picture, proves that they are who they say they are. Anti-money.
And if you look in the back end of their partnership websites, when people uploaded those documents, you couldn't even read the documents in one case. So it was just all smoke and mirrors.
Laundering is just going through and making sure that they don't have any histories or any active investigations on them for laundering money. You'll be trained on what that means, so you'll be able to detect money laundering red flags. As a byproduct of taking the AML training, you're going to come out the other side being very adept at knowing how to launder money. It's like the old school videos, don't do drugs, and you're like, I never thought I could smoke weed out of an apple. Think I'll try it. But that's how that works.
Very adept.
What, because I'm the only one? He's like, that's a good idea. OFAC, Office of Foreign Affairs and Control, that is the terrorist checklist. That is making sure that anybody that you're talking to that you wouldn't think was a terrorist, I'm sorry, I know your entire book of business is screwed. We can't avoid it. All terrorists.
And international terrorists, not Latinos.
Yeah, to be clear.
Fact.
And that's a good distinction.
To be clear, we want to make sure we nail that.
That's a good distinction.
That's a good distinction. Very critical.
There's a checkbox for that. The other one's politically exposed person, if they're somebody that's related to or are a politically exposed person.
Yeah, it's interesting you meet that, because while I'm listening to it, I jumped in here and had a look at WebCE, which is probably a site used to host presentations to educate. And then the first thing that caught my eye was one down here going FinCent. So I presume it's a corporate presentation website where people can log in and get access to online courses. But there's no search function. So sometimes when I get sites like that, I literally go to, where are we? I'm just going to open this up and get access to online courses. And then we go to more, and we're going to go to Goliath Ventures. But sometimes it can be as simple as going to Goliath Ventures Inc. and then seeing whether there's any. So when we search for things like this, I'm trying to find out whether there's a link anywhere. What have we got here? 24th of February, I am. So we've got law, examine. No, nothing to do with. Sometimes you just never know. Though you can just sometimes stumble across some linked content which may be viewable. Did you? No. No. But yeah, that would be pretty cool to actually see if there's anything to do with Goliath on the internet. But obviously not. Expanding minds, securities, accounting. But yeah. No, but anyway, good stuff. Yeah, so they're obviously trying to use all these names to convince these young fellas, and I'll say young fellas, that what they were doing was all part of the real world ecosystem, but it's not. It's just a straight Ponzi scheme. Matt Burks and Piers Curry, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Person's going to pop up a yellow flag. It doesn't mean that we can't work with them. It just means that we have knowledge of that they could have political influence, so on and so forth, and so we have to be thoughtful of that. The real dead knockouts are if someone gets a pop on the OFAC, red flag that says they are related to or are a terrorist or on some sort of do not fly list, it's a solid kill. We have no choice. No, hey, let's go talk over here and I'll figure out a way to help you out. No.
Yeah, there's no way on that. No workaround.
Like,
if they're Osama bin Laden's cousin, it's probably a red flag, just FYI. Probably not going to be able to work with them.
First, we will see it come through on the check. Pete, politically exposed, yellow flag. It just means heightened supervision.
Yeah.
One thing I want to point out, if we were to get an AML flag, right? This person appears to be laundering money, something like that. We have to internally launch an investigation. I want everyone to hear me say this. This is how, everything else you can ignore except for this. Don't. If we launch an investigation, we will talk to you and we will say, hey, we have to investigate this person for money laundering. You may not tell the client that they are under investigation. If you do, you are now an accessory to money laundering and will be prosecuted as an accessory to money laundering, which includes fines and jail time.
No bueno.
Yep.
And there's nobody that can save you on that, unfortunately. There's no insurance to cover that. That's just like, hey, you aided and abetted. Sorry.
Let's hope that never happens.
Oh, yeah.
But if it did, that's why I want to just underscore this. That's going to be in your training over here.
Yes.
So you can say, oh, I remember he said that. Don't go telling the guy that he's being investigated.
You did say that if that were to come up where you start that investigation, you would reach out to us and take
Yes. Yep, absolutely, because we need questions answered from you. How do you know this person? What do you know about them? Let's talk about suspicious activities, what have you. That we then take and hand that over to the authorities if we think there's something there. It doesn't mean they're going to pound, kick his door in, but if they feel there's something worth investigating, they'll take it from there. We can never tip a client off to that.
Oh.
Next slide.
That was pretty good.
That was good.
That was pretty solid. I got sugar.
Yeah, well, they'll be aware because it asks questions in the new link, which the link, how are we sending that out, Aaron, the KYC Goliath link?
It'll be out via email from BlackBlock. Yeah.
So BlackBlock will send that out. That will go out today, tomorrow. What is the rollout for that?
For each of them to do it.
Right.
Yeah, that will come, by the end of the week, they'll have it.
You'll have it yourself, so you'll do it first, and that way you know. So it is a really nice, we actually have it custom branded for Goliath, and it'll walk you through all the questions. Yeah, man.
Is that something that's going to go out like directly with the contract then, so they can just fill out the contract and fill that out, so you have all that info?
Correct. Once they fill out the one piece, it actually populates to the database, and then populates, which we'll hit that too, but that's a great question. It will populate everything over.
Are we wait for a response before having people send money so we don't deal with that, or is that maybe not something?
Yes, we have to wait until, Nadia can't accept money until she has an in good order that, hey, everything's passed, which BlackBlock clears the person and says, yeah, green light, you're good to put money in.
Amazing. And we get notified at that point?
Yes, you'll know. Yeah, but you'll get notified if there's an issue, because if there's an issue and we have money, then you have 72 hours to fix that issue. Otherwise, we have to send that money back. We can't hold money for longer than 72 hours. What was your question, Mike?
Yeah, we're still going to have the same process where these guys send it to Stephanie and say, hey, send out this agreement. Is it still going to be that process, or is it going to be different now because it's all one thing?
It'll be different now.
So are each exec's going to have access within their Salesforce to send those out, or how are you going to do that?
Yeah, we're going to do it on their behalf. BlackBlock will handle all those.
BlackBlock.
It just will look like it's coming from you.
Did you give a start date on that?
Yeah, when's the start?
Aaron, what is the rollout on that? The new JVs. So those are coming in Monday. Soon as the new JVs are in, we will let you guys know, because as soon as the new JVs are in, we'll be able to upload them and get everything rolling. So
until that point,
operate as normal for right now, but within the next week and a half, 10 days most, that will be changing. But we'll give you, like I say, there'll be communication coming out.
See session 3.
Yes.
We'll cover a little bit more about it.
Session 3 is not as fun as this session, Aaron. This is a blast. Okay. Any other questions on that? Cool. Nope.
Cool. I think we might as well stay with
politically exposed person.
Yeah. Member of a royal family, something like that, where there's just certain protocol that we have to take. You can't use normal communication is essentially what it comes out to.
Nephew of the supreme leader of the Taliban.
Oh, funny.
Not that anyone knows anyone.
I don't, yeah. His money's good.
I mean, his check's clear, I'll tell you that.
But
and he's got cash. Gold bars, cool.
As we go, go ahead, sir.
You just brought up a quick point. We are starting to get into, I get this question a lot, so I just want to bring it up and get oversight on it. We're starting to deal with a lot of pro athletes. A lot of these pro athletes are cash heavy and they want to come in. How do we handle?
Okay, so he's just saying they're starting to deal with a lot of these pro athletes. And if you've been following, another investigation that we've been starting is on the Onyx Reserve, and they specialize in pro athletes. So no doubt, I know 3 basketball players that have invested in Goliath Ventures. 2 of them have reached out to us. One of them was on the Miami party. And they're so worried about their professional reputations, they don't want to complain. Isn't that amazing? But here they are admitting in this video that they've got pro athletes with cash wanting to invest. How do they handle the money? It's just, you can't make this shit up. This is the video that we love watching the most.
That scenario, they do a big signing agreement, they get paid $250,000, they want to give that to us. How do we handle that situation?
Physical cash?
Yeah.
Physical cash.
Correct.
They need to put that in a bank. We cannot accept physical cash. That is a massive money laundering red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's what Nadia said, no
Same
exceptions.
thing, yeah. That it does make it looks very sketchy.
Does it really? So if somebody comes along with $250,000 cash, they can't touch it because it looks sketchy. Really? No shit, Sherlock. They had to think about it though, didn't they?
How'd they get the cash?
It could be. It could be. Not a guarantee. Not a guarantee. But I know, like, they own watches and diamonds and...
Here we go. They own watches and diamonds. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Gold. So they could sell something and get cash. Like, I know how they could do it, and it's probably legitimate. But the problem is...
Good night, Queen of Karma. Thank you very much for manning the chat room. Have a good night. Oh yeah, it's 1 o'clock, isn't it? Or was it 12 o'clock? I think it's 1 o'clock now.
We can't verify it. And we have to be able to know, like we have to be able to attest, yeah, we know where the money came from. That's the issue with cash, unfortunately.
No, we're starting to get into that space of a lot of either retired or big pro athletes. And to your point, they do signings, they sell a watch, they do an appearance, they do this, they get handed a bag of cash. They want to give it to us.
Put it in your bank. Put it in the bank and hand it to us.
Chances are they already have money in the bank.
Yeah.
The Bengals didn't give me my money in cash.
Because if they have it in cash and they're not putting it in the bank, the only reason would be to avoid taxes. We would.
Well, yeah, for sure.
We know plenty of people who have vaults filled with cash.
Oh, we have business owners in Polk County that have 7 figures in cash because they're contractors and they take cash. Like, I get it. I get why they do it, but do business in cash. That's what I always tell them. Just do business in cash, but we have to take the bank money.
Yeah, you got to make it legit, at least for a day. We're doing weekly progress, so as we roll this out and your specific schedule starts to hit and your rollout is starting to happen, you will get weekly progress updates from us, which will just say,
Are you guys watching the people in the background? Is that Nick in the background?
hey, you've got, of your 50 clients, 35 are done, 10 have never opened an email, and this many are kind of stuck in the process. We want to communicate that with you so that you can communicate back to them. We are not going to sit there and, bark on them, hey, do this, do this. That's not our job. Our job is to communicate that to you, let you know so that you can call the people who are, offline or whatever. I understand things will happen, people are out of the country, but nonetheless, this stuff should be pretty quick to get through for them. But we will keep you up to date on where they are.
Make sure that nothing's been hacked.
So what have we got here? Secure wire instructions. Complete onboarding. Partners onboarding is complete and in good order. Okay. Send JV agreements and wire transfer instructions. So I remember seeing, we've got 3 videos that are on my YouTube channel of one of the partners teaching people how to, I think it was Mike, somebody, how to actually transfer the money into crypto somehow. Partners verified, financial department actions. Goliath Financial Department receives wire. Once funds are confirmed, the department clears the task in Salesforce and marks the opportunity as one Ventures. Directors adds verification notes in Salesforce. Directors creates a task for Goliath Financial Department, which doesn't exist, to expect the wire. Verification call. Well, there you go. Now you've heard everything. It was only a day. Yeah, I've noticed that too, Susie. Only has to be legit for a day. That was probably the most legit part of this whole thing, was the person who invested before they put their money into Goliath, and every day in Goliath was not legit.
As Chris just mentioned, we're dealing with lots and lots and lots of money. We have to make sure that there's a protocol in place to ensure, hey, we're actually caring for that money.
And you just have to ask, how do they get this far without having any systems or processes set up with a bookkeeper?
So they will call you guys. So that's step 3. They will call you and verify. You'll know what the last 3 digits are, or 4 digits, and you'll verify. You'll say, yep, the last 3. That's also the way you know they actually read the agreement, because when they go to read it, they're like, oh, wait a sec, I don't have this. So they'll call you, you'll verify that. If you are unavailable, BlackBlock has as a backup through a WealthMD line, we will verify that for you. So that's not a, hey, have every partner call us. That's a, Puneet's out of town and they need to give money. Well, we have to take that money. BlackBlock will be the one that will verify that information for you. After the verification call is completed, then you guys go in and add verification notes into Salesforce. What does that look like? One of the big things, we keep talking about notes. What will protect you if there's ever a legal incident is documentation.
No, really.
So Puneet will go in and he'll basically do a quick, it's literally on Salesforce, you'll click phone call, verified account information with partner. That's the whole note. You know, I talk, like if you have a phone call with a client, with a partner, spoke to them about their distribution, they want to stay on roll-up or whatever. So it's a way that when you have interactions with your partners, you can go back, because you guys know this, you can't remember what you talked about last year to someone. I mean, you have 200 people, you have no idea what you talked about. This allows you to pull back up and go, oh, yes, I did go over this with you. I remember this. Also, I've used it over the years where just to make notes to myself. They have 3 kids, they have 2, like things that I want to remember about that specific person, I'll just make a quick note. That way when I pull it up, it seems like I know them, right? Like they think, okay, Matt does actually care who I am as a person, because it's very difficult to remember. You get over 10 people, it's like my brain is scrambled eggs, so I can't remember that. So that's a way that you can use it not only to help on the sales side, but also if there's ever an issue, those documents will save your behind. And then the last piece is financial department action, which that is Nadia. Nadia will log into Salesforce, verify that she sees an in good order check. She's got money. She sends it on. You guys are all good. If it's a wallet transfer, that goes through Chris, but same thing, in good order.
Notification of that? Like either email
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly. Once she clears it and receives the money, it will send a push back to you.
And is it our job to send that out, or will they get an automatic alert?
No.
Yeah.
Are you talking about you or the partner? The director, you'll get it back. Yes, you'll get a notification.
We'll get a notification, but we don't have to send communication saying, hey, wire's been received. They'll just get it automatic once Nadia confirms it.
That's right. Exactly.
Ultimately, in the Salesforce system, there's a total workflow for that. And once that final task is completed, it'll pop up in your dashboard. And it could trigger an email, but it'll pop up on a dashboard that's just like, this sale is won. And
But it can also send a partner email.
21 Ventures.
So if you want, it'll send a
tomorrow?
verification email. That can be part of the workflow.
Yeah.
Is this integrated to the current dashboard we have, or it's going to be through Salesforce?
Through Salesforce, new system. So
Within a new dashboard in Salesforce, so it's going to be 100 times better.
it's great. And I will say the biggest thing, we're not married to one developer. And also, if there's ever an issue, it's Salesforce's problem, not Goliath's.
Yeah.
That's a
We want to
big
transfer liability.
And
If Salesforce gets hacked, not
our
Goliath's
problem.
problem. That's totally on Salesforce.
Yeah, and we contacted
So
Salesforce
it
as
builds
well.
in another layer
So
of
I'm wondering if
protection
that's
for
somebody
you
else
guys
that
and
can
for
be sued
Goliath.
for
the
providing
sheer amount
professional
of
services.
non-public personal information that exists in the database requires a high level of security.
Whoa, what's happened there? Hold up. They had Gary Rice won't be getting paid. That's not me, by the way. Maybe they had to blur that part of it out. That isn't me. So I wonder, we need to get a lip reading specialist in here now. um, so where is our sound gone? Is that just me? No, that's them. How about that? Hold up. Here we go.
customization
Back.
part also makes us look a lot more legit.
That's what was very, very expensive, by the way. That's, yes.
Turns out, yeah.
Turns out it's a lot of freaking money.
What we want
as
is
it
not
were.
what they do.
Something like powered by Salesforce or something like that?
It will, yes. It will. Yeah, it'll say power.
Yeah, that could be credibility.
Yeah, I mean, that's like part of it.
Yeah, they're a Fortune, 200 company?
They're pretty big.
They're pretty, I mean, they're big.
They're kind of a big deal.
They're decent. They're almost as big as Goliath.
Oh, that's funny, these guys,
Yeah.
aren't they?
So, I mean, yeah, they're decent, little company. Any questions on the wire process or how that works? Good, okay.
The wire's still gonna go, it's gonna be the same bank account?
If you're using Goliath, yes. Are you like you're giving them Goliath's wire account now? Their Chase? Is that what you're saying? Yes, same account.
Okay.
Yeah, same info.
We're in the Wild West, right? We all know that. And so
We're
this
still
is
in the Wild
dynamic.
West, absolutely.
4 months now.
Right now, we have a good domestic thing. Clearly, we need to clean up Canada. That's okay.
Yeah.
We will.
Clean up Canada means they're not
That'll fix everything.
crazy.
Then we'll be good.
And then it'll be a domestic.
Well, no, Greenland's going to be 51. Canada can be 52. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Greenland's 51. All right.
Where were we?
Multi-phase rollout
Yeah.
strategy.
So we're going to focus on the sales side first, getting contracts, getting you guys, getting money in the door to fund contracts for the people that you have in process. As far as what we're doing with Salesforce goes, right? Then we start to, the advanced features start to come in the next month that we've discussed, and within the next 2 months? Ish. Now, within the next 2 months, we want that fully functional partner portal so that they can just go in, see everything, look at their own statements. Basically, let's eliminate them bothering you for things that they can just go in and find on their own. See their transaction histories, know what's going on.
And to keep it simple, are we just gonna start fresh once you guys roll out the full partner portal instead of trying to, transfer information over? Because some of it can get very messy.
Yeah, we talked about that this morning.
Yeah.
We'll migrate the required data, but when we push everyone through the KYC checks, it's going to grab all of their fresh, up-to-date information, so we have a totally clean database right out of the start.
Yeah.
So we don't have to bother you to, hey, this field's not right, or this says OH instead of Ontario, or, Yeah, it'll clean all of that up. One of the other things from a functionality standpoint that I've heard is important is from the top down, all the way down to the director level, you'll be able to run in, look at all of your partner accounts as a group, be able to run reports off of that, who's funded this, you can get really advanced reporting inside of there, so you have a better stand on what your book of business looks like. When was the last time somebody onboarded money, whatever. Just, you'll get granular reporting that you don't need a programmer to do for you.
Yeah. All at your fingertips. It's going to be very helpful from that standpoint.
Especially for training. Right? So.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ongoing support. So we understand you're not going to be able to know everything from day one. We don't expect you to. It's a big program. We have done, our team with Nicole and Aaron have done a really good job building this thing out to kind of like make it customized for what we need. Because Salesforce, if you were to just go into it, it's like this giant, huge mammoth of a program, and we don't need all that. So that's part of what we've been doing is kind of getting it dialed into what we actually do need. But with that in mind, there's going to be ongoing training. There will be ongoing assistance. So this is back to your fees that you're paying. You can actually, our Black Block team is available for you. Aaron and Nicole are available. If you have questions, Kaylee will probably be doing that as well. So we have another gal, Kaylee, that will be doing anything related to Salesforce. So if you're like, hey, I'm trying to figure out how to do X, Y, Z, if we don't have the answer, we'll get you the answer. So use our team to help you figure this out. It's not a situation where we're just going to be like, hey, adhere to all these standards and figure it out. We're actually going to be there for you. That's part of why Goliath pays BlackBlock is to do that for you. So we want to make sure that you're able to use the system and have all the tools you need. As far as like ongoing features, there are multiple phased rollouts, as we've mentioned. So Not everything will be day one. For instance, the partner portal will not be day one. That's likely going to be end of March, early April-ish. Sometime in April is likely the time. Is that give or take? Okay. I'm getting a circle nod. I'm not sure.
Super hopeful.
So we're hoping, but
sales first, remember.
Sales first. We're rolling out the important critical pieces first, which is the KYC integration, the JV doc integration, the wire chart. So there's those, the in good order, not in good order. The critical pieces to how we do business are being done. Also, we have to have the ability to communicate with all your partners. That has to be integrated day one. So those are the things we're hitting first. Then we'll continue a phased rollout where new features will be added. You will get communication from us on average about once a week. Hey guys, here's what the new thing is. We're rolling this out. It's going to be coming at the end of this month. New Salesforce update. We're having a training on this day at this time of Zoom. You can log in, take a look, or give us a call one-on-one. We can work through it with you. So we're going to continue stay in communication with you guys so you know what's coming. You'll have to read your emails, to know that. But we will communicate with you guys so we're not just leaving you out there to figure it out on your own.
And immediately we're going to start plugging into your normal sales calls that, you guys have as a group weekly, right?
No.
Ish, mostly.
No.
So that we can use that opportunity to also bring you guys up to speed on what the updates are, where we're looking, share stories, solicit feedback, and try to make everything as smooth as possible.
Yeah, let me caveat that. So they're employed through your LLC, they're paid through your LLC, that's your deal with that.
Exactly.
Caveat though, too, they are required, this goes into the
legal protection and also the consequences. They're required to meet with Eric, our attorney, and sign an NDA and confidentiality agreement because you're giving them access to client data. And so if they are not signed by that, that is another strike that'll go against you. So anyone who
earning commissions needs to also go
correct.
Background checked and everything.
And if they're not at fault. If they do anything, we will come after you for not following protocol.
Oh.
Got it? So anyone who has access to any client data needs to be under an NDA and a confidentiality agreement starting March 1st.
Well, what about somebody you give commission to, but they don't have any access to any client?
The Central Florida.
Just for a referral.
Just still NDA them.
Yeah.
Just they're privy to conversation. They're privy to
You stop and have some fun for a bit. This is always great when you see this happening, after this guy stands here looking like the man, tell everyone how to do it, and then what happens?
Thank you for today's hearing, Mr. Delgado.
No comment today. Thank you guys.
Equipped with a GPS monitor on his ankle, Christopher Delgado took his attorney's lead and stayed quiet when asked about the allegations that he defrauded investors out of millions.
Do you anticipate talking one day once this is resolved?
Thank you guys. Thank you. The former CEO of the now defunct Goliath Ventures, Delgado is charged with wire fraud and money laundering, accused of providing payments of purported returns to existing investors, using the funds contributed by new investors. Prosecutors say he used investor funds to buy multi-million-dollar homes in several places, including Winter Park and Kissimmee. The government says one investor lost about $720,000. And some investor funds, meanwhile, the feds say, were being used for Delgado's personal expenditures and also for Goliath's corporate spending on things.
Well, I wonder where he got that advice from, Harry? Who knows? But it's so he's spending corporate money on his personal lifestyle. Well, let's finish this up anyway. Here's Christopher telling everyone that he's got more money than Bulk and shit, and everyone had to sign an NDA to shut up and don't talk about what happens in Fight Club.
Intellectual conversation, operations working, whatever. Listen, they're earning a paycheck.
Technically, they shouldn't have given the referral if they got an investor, because that's what I heard from Chris just say. It shouldn't be happening.
It's clear that you guys listen to 90% of what I say and play in the 10% gray, which I've come to deal with. I'm asking you to have them sign NDAs and confidentiality agreements to protect you. If they are signed and they are in breach, which means the company will go after them. If you have failed that, I will spend every dollar I have, like I said before, I will spend every dollar I have to protect my company, and I will come after you in every way possible. So just follow that small step and do yourself and save yourself a headache. Got it?
Got it, guys?
Company will go after them.
Yeah,
If
and
you
from
fail-
our end, they have to be background checked. That is a key.
I have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Not now.
They do need to be background checked too. Like that is a key. So it's not like what you're doing. It's just it's in the way that we're wording things. They're a 1099 independent contractor for your company that's getting paid a fee or commission, whatever you want to call it. We're okay with that, but you just have to do it the right way.
Okay.
Yes.
In this meeting, are we going to discuss that breakdown? Like I mentioned to you, some commissions and having some type of standardization around, the guys that are sucking it.
Of what you pay. So the reality is, if you want to employ someone in your company and pay them, we don't care. That's between you and your employee. I don't care what you pay them. What Chris and I care about is that they're NDA'd, they've signed the confidentiality assignment agreement, and that they have been background checked properly. That's what I care about. If you want to pay give all your money away to someone, I don't care. That makes no difference to us as long as you've gone through the correct processes. And 1099 is, they don't have to be W-2. 1099 is totally okay. But the percentage that you pay them, Mike, we actually don't care. You want to give them 25 bips, 0.25%. You want to give them 75 bips. You want to give them 1%. That's okay. And those are just gentleman agreements, guys. You're running businesses, like you're business owners. So you're not slinging,
business owners, guys.
car insurance. You're not slinging, window detailing. Like you're business owners, and you need to run a business.
Yeah.
I know the max. I personally would like if we're going to employ a salesperson, like I don't think you should give away the house, but I do think if there's a specific schedule, it would have to come from Goliath. I have no problem with that, but that would 100% be a Chris decision. And it might be something we need to circle back to and have an offline conversation. And this is where it will have to go to an actual director. So if you have people, to Chris's point, if someone is onboarded as a partner, they have to have an actual director over them. So no, they don't have.
So I didn't even notice, but it looked like Punic Shaw just walks in with his cap on backwards if it was him. Let's have a look at that again. So you can imagine being at a corporate meeting where you are, so who's that? That's Alex, is it? And then you've got, let's see where it was. There's Alex. Is that him?
Offline conversation. And this is where it will have to go to an actual.
There it is. So who's that? Who would go to a business meeting where you're talking about millions of dollars invested and you have your cap on backwards? Obviously, all professionals.
Director.
I'm just going to the toilet because I've got my hat on backwards.
So if you have people, to Chris's point, if someone is onboarded as a partner, they have to have an actual director over them. So no, they don't have partners unless they've gone through the entire process and have an MSA with Chris and Goliath. That's the only way.
Matt, I also think as we update our website, we're going to have our directors listed.
Yeah. Yes.
With a picture, with
Yes.
contact information. So when people look at our website, it's going to be like, okay, this is credible.
These are the people that I'm going to.
Here, I know Mike's here. I know Steve and Dave, and so on, so on. They're going to see.
And I think to Mike's point, part of this is just internal, ethics with each other. Hey, if someone's trying to get a deal, but I think I hear what you're saying, Mike. This is more like partners that are in the fund referring other people and getting percentages. Yeah. That is an MLM. So what I would say to that is, if you want to work for my company as a salesperson, you can do that. But there's an official way you have to do that. Correct. You have to be background checked. Correct. You have to go through all these processes, and now you work for Mike Hernandez Enterprises, and now you're an employee.
If that's where it's happening, hey, who are you a director? Who's your director?
Correct. Find out, because you have to have someone. Absolutely. That is ultimately to Chris, but you can 100% say you're not a director. You can just, it's real simple. When did you sign your MSA agreement with Goliath?
Yeah, as soon as this rolls out, everything stops.
All the side conversations change.
Yeah, it's just, you can't.
And I think that's it. Thank you guys for the time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. Well, that was my video. We managed to get that off Vimeo when only 39 people had seen that video. So a real find. Now, this is the original website. Whoops, sorry, Pixel. What are you doing here, buddy? So join us. These videos, a water cooled miners, which never eventuated. You've obviously got Christopher. You've obviously got them telling everyone that they're blockchain technology, liquidity pools, Bitcoin mining. All these accomplishments and the acquisitions that they've done was actually all Chris's personal acquisitions, not the companies that we found out. We have pictures here where we've got people, as time went on, people got removed from this photo gallery because there's a lot of people in here that just didn't want to have any association with Chris whatsoever. So Chris is just obviously the man about town, is now turned into all these boys hugging. These are all people that endorsed. They were partners. They had their own company set up. These are people that have stolen your money. So these are not victims. These are predators. They came after you and they stole your money. If you think these guys are innocent victims because they might have lost money themselves, remember, we just heard it in this video. They got paid dividends. They got paid rewards. They got paid in real money for doing services as directors. All right, but you can see not very happy families now, but here they are again. These are all the people that have stolen your money. Don't just go after the low-hanging fruit. Get some good investigations under your belt, and if we can help you in any which way or form, please do reach out to us. We're a bit exhausted, to be honest. These are the charities. We reached out to all the charities listed here and asked them how much, if, and when did they get donations from Goliath Ventures. Only 2 charities reached back to us. One was Runway for Hope, and the other one, I think, was Melissa's Race to Battle Brain Cancer. I think it was them, and they come back and told us that they didn't have any donations, and then they found a donation of $300 done 2 years ago. There's other charities in here that have received money, but they claim they gave away $4 million to charities in since 2019. They pledged $2 million to Jackie Segal's charity for fentanyl, her fentanyl charity, because she lost her daughter, unfortunately. And they also had only ever paid $250,000 of that money. After pledging, they would give $2 million to charity. Absolutely disgusting. But the reason I wanted to show you that is if we go along to our team. Remember what they just said in the video? They basically said that if anyone was listed on here, these are people that would be accredited to resell Goliath Ventures. These are people that had set themselves up as partners in the company. Matt Burks, head of compliance, meant to have been doing an independent audit. How can somebody like that claim to be doing an independent audit? And then later on, I think they sent out a newsletter on the 2nd of December telling everyone that payments were going to resume on the 15th and 18th of December, and that didn't happen. Tomo's appearing in court on the 26th because he's theoretically stole his business from another company that he was looking at buying a franchise from. Punic Shaw, 500 people under his belt. Mike, 100 million we reckon that he brought in. It just goes on and on and on. This is not a normal Ponzi scheme or a scam. It's time for you guys to go out there and do what's right and, stop these guys. Alrighty, so that's me basically done. Now, I basically republished this video after I've read my blog as a edited version of the video that I've just done, and I'll chop out all the watching that video. But however, because I forgot, once again, after I got down to this part of the blog, I'm going to splice it in and carry on finishing off my blog. So thank you to everyone that's been here in the chat room. I really do appreciate you being here and your support. Hopefully you are coming to terms with your loss to Goliath Ventures. Remember, we do actually have some ways of helping you groom a nice letter to present to the government so you're in the queue to get your money back. If you're going to sit here and just watch this money drift away, then we can't help you. But if you want to go after the money, then we can teach you how to actually report the scam to the right authorities so that at least if they do get any money back, that you can actually survive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So anyway, I'm going to carry on. And we will, how charitable with others' money. How to be charitable with other people's money. Too right. All right, so here we go. I'm going to do an end that I can splice in. So I hope you've enjoyed the blog and you've learned a lot about Harry Samuels and why Harry Samuels has actually played a major part in my opinion, structuring Goliath Ventures in a way which it can be set up its corporate structure. Look, I just wanted to call it quits here. If you have any questions, please do comment in the comment section below. Do check out this blog. You can find it on theheck.com and you can actually go through and read all about it. If you don't know who I am, my name is Danny the Heck. I'm a New Zealand YouTuber. I investigate large-scale Ponzi schemes and scams. I promote most of my work on YouTube. I also have a podcast. You can book me if you want to ask me any questions about something you might want us to investigate. I'm also available for speaking engagements. I've been featured in New York Times, 2-page spread in the printed edition. I've been in a Bloomberg documentary, and I've also been in numerous other papers about my quest to name and shame anyone running or promoting a Ponzi scheme or a scam. If you want to support what I do welcome. I work on donations. I am going backwards financially, which is a shame. It's not a very good thing to do, being a YouTuber. But if you want to support me, you can come to my website, theheck.com. You can click on Ko-Fi. You can either get a monthly membership or donate $5. It all helps. And also you can do this anonymously as well. And on the other side of my website, which you can't see, I've got Buy Me a Cup of Coffee. You can make a donation of a cup of coffee. Had a bit of a low day yesterday, I'll be honest, and I went to bed and I was checking my emails at 1 o'clock in the morning, and someone generously bought me 10 cups of coffee. Well, that was really nice and very generous, but a little bit makes a difference. So if you can support what I do, I really do appreciate it. It's not about the money, as we had some sort of strange person in the chat room before claiming that my motive is something that even I don't know about. If you can figure out my motive, please put it in the comment section. I would love to know it. But let's not let this isn't the only scam that I've gone after. I've been doing this for 5 years. I've got about 200 plus scams on my books. I've currently got a database of about 850 people that I see running and promoting these Ponzi schemes or scams. And that was today's blog. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll see you in the next video. I'm Danny the Heck signing out. Have a good night, evening, morning, or wherever you are on the planet. Stay safe and keep your money in your pocket. Stop giving away to scammers. See you guys.